Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States Copyright Law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi
doctor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. I think it works.
¡Que alguien me explique!
Okay, here it goes.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
To all you chihuihuis.
¡Quítese a la verga!
But today's class ain't about you.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Yep, it's gonna probably. Oh, but they're gonna show up anyways. I am technically trying to set this up for tomorrow's class. This is today. The dragon's end is near, or the dragon. Tomorrow, that's going to be lots of books, lots of reading. I'm going to try to be as clear-headed as possible, rested well, because it's going to be a lot of reading. You understand? This class tomorrow, this class today, this class we're getting the books. This one today, we're going to look at some videos. Because it's all the same. KKK Caucasians, you know what I'm saying? It's all the same. Hubris annihilation is like prideful destruction is what I call it. You know, who would have known, bro? Who could have thought that? What up, bro? Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for the support, bro. Who could have thought that? You know, like, how did we not see, you know what I mean? How did we not see this coming? I saw a video earlier and it says, because the Illuminati is real. Get it? How did we not see this coming? Because the Illuminati is real. Yeah, there's not a lot of people. It's just you, and then I guess that's it. Well, fuck it, man. Let's get going. You know what I mean? I'm gonna just show videos. People show up, people they don't. You know, sometimes it's weird because I don't even talk about certain people. They want to show up and get the attention. Desiring needful bastards. Anyways, look, listen. Let's get started. All right, so let's begin. It says here, Austria is a landlocked country located in Central Europe. It is bordered by 8 countries: Germany and the Czech Republic to the north, Slovakia and Hungary to the east, Slovenia and Italy to the south, right? Like that's where Trompeta's illegal alien wife lives. Well, they're both illegal aliens, so it doesn't matter. And Switzerland and Liechtenstein to the west. That's very fucking Khazar type. You get what I mean? Now, why am I showing this to you? I'm showing this to you guys because, in case you're not aware, Austria, here, let me go back a little bit. Austria is right next to Germany. You see what I'm saying? It's right next to Germany. What up? East Side, 1154, good to have you here. It's right next to Germany, okay? Now, why am I showing you this? Because we don't know until we know. And you won't know unless you read and research. Adolf Hitler, 1889 through 1945. It says, is the most famous Austrian-born figure associated with painting and World War II. I need for you to understand these particular things because you would think that he was fucking straight German. You know what I mean? Like in Germany. Like born in Germany, bro. Nah, he's fucking Austrian. As Austrians Germans? Are they Germans still? Were they Germans in the first place? You see what I mean? It's deception. How did we not see that coming? For the Illuminati, Israel. I'm serious. You know what I'm saying? I'm just letting you know, bro. That's just what it is. What up, Timo DeVille? Good to have you here, bro. What's going on, gente? Sandy Minds Full. Yes, sir. So, again, he wasn't born in Germany. Diehard fan of Germany. He was born like in the outskirts and shit of Germany. Austria. Hungary. Slovak. Czechia. Germany, Luxembourg. Like, it's all like in there. You get what I'm saying? Now, tomorrow's class, we're going to go deep into the history of how these lands connect. Kharkiv. It's funny. This is relating to Khazars. We're going to find out more about these Khazars because they migrated into these people here. You understand what that means? That's why you have so-called, self-proclaimed Jewish Slovakians, Jewish Russians, Jewish Switzerland, or whatever you call them, you know, Hungarians, Jewish Austrians, Jewish Germans, Jewish Polish. Thank you, brother, for reminding me of this, man. A brother sent me a video of him, but I had seen this guy about a year ago. I was watching him a lot. Hold on. And I think I showed you guys a video of him one time, but then I stopped. I'm busy right now. Please go over there. I know what you're doing, honey. It's okay. So, you know, but then, anyways, thank you. Now we see a video, and I'm going to speed it up because it's going to be short. Okay? I like how he started his session. I think it was kind of funny. So we're going to be visual today for the most part because tomorrow we're going to be reading a lot. We won't be visual. We'll be audio. You know what I mean? You're going to be listening to me read a lot of things to confirm. Like a lot of people bring out class. Like, for example, I'm the only channel that has been pushing on against Esau, Amalek, Canaan specifically, okay? And I bring documentation for it. Now, we see a lot of Anglo-Saxons, okay? Edom, that all of a sudden now they're against these Europeans from those regions because they chose Judaism instead of Christianity. Y'all the same shit. Now all of a sudden they're pointing out certain things that, oh, well, you know, Jews did help initially. Yeah. But they're not Jewish like Jews from Middle East. They're white people just like you, Cracker Barrels. And all of us now like, oh, I didn't know. Yeah, you did. They're in the books. But the moment we started bringing this shit out, and all of a sudden, you white folks just you gotta just shut up, man. Y'all don't know shit. You really don't. You claim to, and then you want to add some other real fucking fake history. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm going to show you and dissect these things. We're going to get visual today, and then tomorrow we're going to get deep into the history. We're going to go from 400 AD all the way through 1400, showing you some details, and then further into this year now. So we're going to be quite some time tomorrow, but I need you guys to watch these videos for you to understand why all of the stuff that I'm going to show you will make sense. Okay? Let's continue. Hey, what up, bro? What up? Before I get started, good to have you here, bro. All right, let's go.
It's break, and welcome back to the end of the world. So as you know, World War III has started. The United States and Israel have started to attack Iran. And we are now in the 4th day of this war. And we can expect this war to last for many weeks, possibly also for many years. But I promise you that after this war is done, the world will never be the same again.
Let that sink in for a while. Once this war is finished, it's not, well, I don't even know if it's going to finish, family. It's not going to be the same. I know you guys are probably thinking it's like, nah, it's not a war, you know. The media is telling us it's just certain targets that they're you know attacking. No, this is a full-on war. You see, before, and a lot of people have talked about this, you have you had a country that had a lot of power flex, that knew how to handle other nations in countries because it had power. You know, it's like if you were overpowering somebody, you don't put all your muscle into it, you know, because you know you can hurt that person, right? So you give them a little bit of muscle. U.S. was doing that. And, you know, just like any, like, fight, wrestle, whatever, you know, boxing, you can dictate the intensity of the, like, you can dictate because you have control. You got more power than they do. So you can dictate the aggression towards your opponent, right? Not anymore. Anglo-Saxons, Europeans that are here claiming to be Americans of the Americas, they have no control of that now because the aggression now is dictated by Iran. That's a fact. It's dictated by Iran. If Iran wants to escalate this to be heavier, they have more control than what this media tells you. They're lying to everybody of what's going on. There's not no 6 soldiers passed away. Bro, there's more. Come on, man. They just don't want to tell you. And I'm going to show you how they don't want to tell you. Let's continue it.
So what will
for like this, by the way, this is a 45. It's, oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Hold on a second. Man, I'm glad I caught it. Give me a second, family. This is the wrong one. Not that it's, because I grabbed a piece of the short class. I was listening to the whole thing, but I found 10 minutes of this too, and it's a lot more towards our topic. I might have scared y'all with 44 minutes and shit. That's funny, but that's not the case. Give me a moment. Matter of fact, while I'm looking for that, you know what? There's a reason why the Most High wants us to move this way. So let me show you a video that I did prepare. It's a couple minutes long. While I'm looking for the actual 10-minute version, okay? I call this Jeffrey Sachs Occupy Hamas.
He can't do anything other than commit murder or kidnap presidents, so everything is delusional. You are correct, though. He can just go home, which he should do. Leave the rest of us in peace. This is a move completely against the interests of the United States of America and against the opinion of the American people, who are 3-1, that is 75% to 25% against this action.
So why do you think he's continuing it, particularly for a president who came to office saying he's not going to, launch these endless wars in the Middle East or anywhere else in the world? His MAGA base doesn't approve of it. Why is he still stuck in this?
I think that there are 2 reasons. One, the U.S. deep state, which is led by the CIA, has global hegemonic aspirations. Those continue. And the CIA is the main driver of American foreign policy, not the President of the United States. The second reason is Israel. Israel is tightly connected with the CIA through Mossad. This is a long-standing plan Netanyahu said yesterday, this is the culmination of his 40 years dream. This isn't something that just came up last week because negotiations bogged down. This is something that Israel has been calling for decades. Israel has a very unusual stranglehold on the United States, including the CIA, which is in very close partnership with Mossad. So this is a deep state operation. It is also a part of a broader U.S.-Israeli hegemonic approach. It's not disconnected from what happened in Venezuela, because that's also part of the idea. The U.S. wants to control the Americas. It wants to control the Middle East. It wants to have the lever over oil. It wants to tell India whether to get oil or not to get oil, and at what price to get oil, and at what price not to get oil, and whether to trade with Russia. Now it wants to say whether to trade with Iran. Who's going to get control? So this is a matter of control. It's absolutely reckless and completely in violation of every international standard.
The Prime Minister of India was there in Israel 2 days before Israel and America launched this operation against Iran, and many are saying that that's not a coincidence. What do you make of that?
I hope it is a coincidence. This action by Israel is a criminal action, in my view, and a very dangerous one. And I hope that India, as a president of the BRICS this year, upholds the UN Charter. The United States and Israel have blatantly, vulgarly, and dangerously threatened the UN Charter with this action. The UN Charter, Article 2, Paragraph 4, says that no nation may threaten the use of force or use force against another sovereign state. That's straightforward. So,
straightforward. Matter of fact, you know what? That's a good point right there. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. Hold on. Let me show you something. Hold on a second. I thought I had that recording too, by the way. I don't have it no more. Hold on. I got you, bro. And I don't know why I don't even have it no more. I thought I had it down. Oh, boy, yeah. I was texting somebody about this too. What the okay, yep. Let me read what you said first. Israel and the U.S. better hope the whole Arab and Persian country don't all attack Israel, which could happen. Let's remind each other, actually, I should say that a lot of stuff is technically biblical, man. You know what I mean? Genesis 16:1 talks about this. Very interesting. And I'll skip to verse 9. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children. And she had a handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. All right? So that's who they're referring to. So this handmaid ended up having a baby for Abraham because his wife, who he loved, couldn't give him a baby. And that was important, I guess, in those times. I guess jealousy wasn't as like, it wasn't like a jealousy thing. It was more like, I need to give you a child, right? That was important, to pass the seed. Genesis 16:9, it says, and the angel of the Lord said unto her, return thy mistress and submit thyself under her hands. So she was upset, but, the Lord God is telling her, you got to come back. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, and it shall not be numbered for multitude. Right? And the angel of the Lord said unto her, behold, thou art with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael. And that's who you're talking about. That's who you talk about, Timo. Because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he says, and he will be a wild man. He will be a what? He will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. So Ishmael will basically be all together, as well as with other nations that are relatives of Ishmael, like India or Elam or who else? Anyways, you get the point. Now, let's go ahead and precept this with 2nd Esdras chapter 15, verse 27, so it can make sense. Well, what is going on over there? Because it's not a matter of will it happen. It's we're there already. It says 2 Ezra 15:27, for now are the plagues come upon the whole earth, and ye shall remain in them. For God shall not deliver you because ye have sinned against him. Behold, an horrible vision, and the appearance thereof from the east. Whoa. It says, where the nations of the dragons of Arabia shall come out with many chariots, talking about in the sky, and the multitude of them shall be carried as upon the earth, shall be carried as the wind upon the earth. So we see chariots in the winds, missiles, projectiles, stuff like that, right? Flying through the sky, that all they which hear them may fear and tremble. So when you consider like these nations that are all here involved, you know what I'm saying? And you actually have to realize that these nations that they talk about through Abraham or just Shem, it'll identify and help you, see, especially when you use older maps and you start matching people for where they are. Arphaxad, Aram, Persia, you know what I mean? So it's not enough to just read the Bible. Or is it not? Or is it just enough to be historical? Nah, you need it all. You need it all to understand what is going on here. All right, so now I got the video back. Hold on. I got the video back. And we're going to get started on this. Let me kill this one. This one's 10 minutes, and it's good. Trust me, family. Let's listen to it. Hold on. Let me read some of the stuff before we go get deep into this. Let's see who's here. Oh, that Thunder Loco. What up, bro? Good to have you. Thunder Loco. Shit's funny. I grew up in the late 80s, early 90s. I was a teenager in the 90s, right? Graduated in 94. So, I grew up with her in Pozole Town, and a lot of the homies would talk like that. Yo, Holmes. Don't know it. You know what I mean? So we're gonna make fun of it, but it's like, some shit to fucking laugh at, man. Anyways, good to have you here, bro. Let's see. The Persian, why Persian is so weird. Persian was destroyed 1,000 years ago. Hey, guys, I'm Aztec. Nah, not necessarily, bro. When you talk about the Persian, rulership, that you can't destroy the Persians. There's still Persians there. I think what you're talking about is the actual, Persia. Persia Mede was beaten by Greeks, and then Greeks were absorbed by Romans, which is why they call it the Greco-Roman type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Oh, that's right. I didn't say what's up to you, Gulp Shoot. Good to have you here. I think you asked earlier about do I watch on a walk or something? I think it's the same. If it's the same brother I think you're talking about, Brother Chris put me in contact with him. I actually helped him kind of learn a little bit about how to use the stream that he was using. He was here on this channel, and then I guess he forgot about me because he came back to this channel and kind of said some, I don't know. I don't really know, bro. And then I went to his channel one time and I posted some things and he kind of acted like he didn't know me. So I don't know. I don't listen to him. I don't know how to say that, man. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, you're acting like you don't know me now and shit. Like, I literally help you with your fucking stream shit. Like, whatever. Anyways, it's all good. If he does good material, man, all power to him, bro. That's what we need. You know what I'm saying? We Mexicans, not Aztecs. All Mex are Maya. We Mexicans, not Aztecs. All Mex are Maya. What do you mean by that? Let's see. America does not belong to the Europeans. Hell yeah, that's for real. Belongs to the natives. I don't know what that means. All Arab nations that border Israel just sitting there watching the genocide in Gaza it was fucking sad, dude. I mean, not only them, bro. Everybody, the whole world. Nobody was doing shit. Like, nobody. Not South America, Central, no one. You know what I mean? Nobody. Until finally they said, hey, man, you're messing with our host. Iran kicked back. Some people don't want to hear the truth. Some people want to live a fantasy. Yeah, because it's funny, man. But my family knows what's going on, right? Because obviously, I am the way I am, and I pull that energy to them. So then they're mindful of it, but they're not like, oh my God. They're trustworthy in what the Lord is doing. The power is in His hand, And I already told them. Like, for example, my son's 14. If this war continues for the next 3-4 years, they're going to try to go after him. You know that, right? Yeah, they're going to try. They're going to fucking try, but they ain't going to do it. So if I say some out of hand, brother, bear with me, brother. Nah, you're good, dude. Don't even trip. Yes, I saw with him on his video. Nah, bro, like, unless you say some weird ass fucking weird shit, I don't know, like this is kind of weird to me. Like what this Thunder Loco was saying. It's like us calling each other Maya, Aztec, Olmecs. He says we Mexicans are not Aztecs, Olmecs, or Mayas. So he's saying we're like, I don't understand that. Maybe you need to clear that up because that's weird. Let's see. The Spaniards did horrible things to the Taino people. Not all Spaniards are bad. I'm talking about the pure. I'll say it like this, bro. If you believe in the Most High, He judges by nations. He judges by nations, and then He goes into the individual. If you read the Bible, that's pretty much how it's dealing with people. It's not dealing with people. It is and it isn't. It's dealing with nations, and then within its nation, it's people. You get what I'm saying? Let's see. I'm trying to say contemporary times now. Yeah. I mean, the reason I use Mexica is because that's like the Mexica continent, and then you have your let's say your tribes individually named, like Mexica continent, Caribbean as well, and then you have Tainos within. That's how I use it. Not necessarily saying all of us are Mexicans. You know what I mean? Like all of us are Mexicans. I don't know, bro. Like there's Taino, there's Arawak, there's Mexica. Then you have also like the Incas, and you have people in Peru, which I have a lot of bloodline from that. Anyways, let's continue, man, because we got to get through this. All right, this is gonna be good. Let's go.
I hope everyone had a nice break, and welcome back to the end of the world. So as you know, World War III has started. The United States and Israel have started to attack Iran. And we are now in the 4th day of this war. And we can expect this war to last for many weeks, possibly also for many years. But I promise you that after this war is done, the world will never be the same again. So what we will do these next few weeks is use game theory and understand and analyze the geopolitical situation. And so I'm going to teach you the ideas, the theories, the techniques to understand the world around you and make predictions. And we can know if our analysis is correct because all this is happening in real time, and so we can test it against reality. All right, so let's go over some basic facts about.
I don't just listen to anybody. Like I'm very particular of who I listen to. Obviously, there's certain genres that I listen to, and I don't, what I mean? I'll side with you and shit. But there are particular people that I actually educate myself from. I have a lot of respect for this man because he's very knowledgeable in a lot of different arenas, biblical, historical, and when he's guesstimating like what may happen, the shit does technically it is. But you know why? Because he knows a lot of history. So he sees history repeat itself. He just follows the pattern. And that's why he says, well, based on the patterns I've learned from history, this is what I see that's going to happen. Got to give him props.
What's happened so far. So in the early morning of Saturday in Tehran, the Israelis and Americans launched a decapitation strike against the Ayatollah Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of Iran. Now, there are arguments and disputes about as to what happened. The Americans and Israelis said that they had real intelligence about where the leader was, and so they sent airplanes to just bomb the crap out of the place. They also had a spy who was able to record the body of the dead Ayatollah, and then this was announced. At first, the Iranians denied this, and the Iranians insisted he was still alive, but eventually, state media admitted that he did die in the airstrike. But then what they also said is that the Ayatollah, he's 86 years old, and he chose to die. He could have gone to Moscow, but instead he chose to stay in Tehran and die for his people. But not only that, but he died along many of his relatives. He died along with his daughter, his son-in-law, his grandchildren. So,
do you guys understand what he just said? The Ayatollah he knew what their plan was. Matter of fact, Trompetas was saying it the whole time. I know where you are. You better be careful. Like literally, he was saying it on his like Twitter, X, whatever the fuck that is. This man decided to die, and he chose who he wanted to die with. That's why I'm like, bro, the scriptures talk about the wild man. Listen, these people will blow themselves up for faith. What are you, fucking stupid? Are you fucking serious? You gonna go mess with them like that? Okay. Sometimes the bully doesn't know when he has been checked. I'm serious. This man knew they were going to blow him up, and he was already older. So he decided today is the day. We're going to start through me being a martyr. And now he has all of the Iranians, the majority of them, mad against guess who? The self-proclaimed and the fake ones. I'm going to give you guys a hint here. Well, not a hint. Here's my perspective on this, my opinion. Do you know why Christianity is so fucking slobbered over Israelis? It's because Christianity wants Jesus to be white. And if they see these Israelis as white-looking people, it justifies it, makes them feel good. You see what I'm saying? That's the only reason, family. Christmas Christians, Anglo-Saxon Protestants, all of them idiots over here, okay? That's why they support a lot of this fucking notion that, oh my God, the Israelis. Why? Because they call them Jews, right? So then they say Jesus was a Jew, right? But if they are supposedly Jews, they look white, so then obviously they would think that Jesus is white as well. Do you understand why? They are so blind. No different than BHI. They want to make Jesus look black with an afro, all kinds of shit. Hey, by all means, go at it. But it's ridiculous because it's all expressing your insecurity about you. About you. The need to see you in order for you to believe. It just shows how empty y'all are.
So many of the family died in this assault. Also, there's been reporting that he had prostate cancer. Okay, so he was going to die fairly soon as well. So what you need to understand first about the war is that even though the Americans and the Israelis claim great success in decapitating the leadership of the Iranians, from the Iranian perspective, this is a martyrdom, okay? And so the religion of the Iranians is called Shia Muslim. And this is different from Sunni Muslim. So Sunnis are the majority. They're about 9% of all Muslims in the world. The Shia have always been the minority. And as such, they've always been persecuted. So in the Shia faith, the core value, the force that binds everyone together and gives them purpose and meaning in life, that galvanizes them into action, is the idea of martyrdom, which forces jihad. You sacrifice yourself for your religion, sacrifice yourself for the common good. So think of the death of Khamenei as a sacrifice, a self-sacrifice, in order to motivate the Iranians in this war, okay? So that's the first thing you need to understand. That for the Iranians, this is not a geopolitical war. This is not an economic war. This is not a war of resistance. This is a jihad, okay? It's a war against
a religious war once again. Understand that now?
Satan to avenge their leader. They will fight to the death. All right, that's number one. Number two is this. Also that morning, when the Ayatollah was killed, the Israelis struck a school in the south of Tehran, killing about 150 school children. These are girls.
That's U.S. and Israelis. They kill these children. And when you ask these people, these Anglo-Saxons from Europe, you know what I mean? These foreigners, when you ask them, they're at the podium, at their little government spots and shit, and you say, hey, is it true that America struck a school with 100 or something, 70-something kids die? No, that's not true. You're passing wrong information. We're still confirming that. They fucking know they did. You dirty bastards. You know you did.
In primary school. And again, there's a lot of debate and argument as to what happened. The Israelis said that, first of all, the school was next to a military base. We were targeting a military base. And second of all, it wasn't us which struck the school. It was a air defense missile that went off course. Okay? And the Iranians insisted no. The Israelis purposefully attacked the school to kill the school children. And then you're like, why would the Israelis do that? But then these few years, well, we've seen what they've done in Gaza, in Palestine to the Palestinians. And it's pretty consistent what the Israelis have been doing. All right? So this action against the Israelis, it's meant to show to themselves and the world that we are now all in. Okay? We've made the sacrifice. We are now committed to this war, to winning this war at all costs. And this action has also provoked the Iranian people to resist with their full might. Okay? So I want you to keep this in mind. And again, we don't have complete evidence that it's the Israelis who did this, but given past actions from the Israelis, this is fairly consistent with what they've done. Okay? So
Actually, let me just slightly correct you on that. Latino is a word that comes from Ladino with a D. Google it. Like Ladino. You'll find out that it's all the same within its Spaniard shit. Technically, they would have been naming us Ladino or Latinos initially, and then later Hispanics. But it's basically all one and the same. You know what I mean? Let's continue.
We can assume that this is something the Israelis did. Why they did this, what the purpose is something we will discuss as we move on. Okay, it's very complicated. Next, I want to show you this. This is Dubai, and Dubai is considered one of the wealthiest, safest cities in the world. There are thousands, tens of thousands of Westerners who move to Dubai because it's clean, you don't pay any taxes, you make a lot of money, and there are great restaurants. And this is really the economic model of Dubai. It's one of the GCC countries, okay? The Gulf coastal countries. And for the longest time, Dubai had a really good deal because they were under the protection of the American military. So they didn't have to pay for defense. And then they were in the Middle East, which is the oil producing center of the world. And so they focus on aviation, they focus on logistics, they focus on finance, on tourism. They became extremely wealthy, right? I'm not sure if you've taken Emirates, one of the best airlines in the world. So their airport, Dubai Airport, is the busiest in the world. And Dubai, for the longest time, was flourishing under American protection.
Okay, so let me pause there because he's going to get into some historical stuff. I wanted to show you the first part. Now, remember I initially said, and matter of fact, a lot of you guys are actually confirming it. Lies, and some people are freaking hypocrites. That's very true. Remember I initially said Austria, and then I pointed out that Hitler is Austrian, wasn't even born in the middle of Germany. Okay? Now we're seeing a war between who? These same people. Christians, Judaics, against Islam. It's kind of what we're looking at, right? The three Abrahamic so-called religions. Now remember, I said this. Deception is key in this matter.
5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers so that when money is to be sent from here to London, let us say, you won't have to risk life and gold. Hampshire, here in Frankfurt, will just send a letter to Nathan in London saying, pay so-and-so. And that will be offset by loans from London to Frankfurt. Understand?
Yes.
In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe.
Papa, you mustn't talk anymore. The doctor.
I'm giving advice to our sons, Mama, that the doctor cannot give. Remember, unity is strength. All your lives you must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds.
Ouch.
All right, this is going to be a...
Look, this is, I want to give this quick example. Just real quick. Seriously, family, I want to give this quick example. I want you to realize one thing, and one thing only. They lied about our intellect. Let me repeat that again. They lied to us about our intellect. They propagandized the concept of so-called IQ. Then they used that IQ test against us. That's how they made themselves believe that they were superior. They claimed to be the smartest, most fucking civilized people of the entire universe. Once you read history, you realize, yeah, I ain't civilized shit. You were eating each other. You want me to remind you, 1609 starving times? Yeah, Cracker Barrels, just, that's what they did. And up until like 1890, you guys were still drinking your shit. You know what I mean? In Europe. And even till this day, your women complain of the fact that you leave shit on the sheets in the bed because you're so fucking weird about wiping your ass that you literally don't clean your butthole.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
I'm not saying it. Your women are saying it. So now, let me introduce this to y'all because they can't even read. Do you understand this? Listen.
A tough one, but I encourage you to stick with me before writing me a furious hate email. Just stick with me. Many of you know that for a long time, a lot of those furious MAGA hate mails that I get are written atrociously. I know we joke about, oh, they put in the wrong your, Y-O-U-R-E versus Y-O-U-R. Okay. Or there's a specific grammar error. What I'm talking about is that a lot of the hate mail I get from MAGA people is almost completely unintelligible as English. People who are writing to me, they love Trump, they hate me. Their emails are some of the worst English language I have ever seen. I started doing a little experiment over the last month. When those emails have been coming in, we write back and we go, hey, thanks for your message. Just curious. What's your native language? What's your first language? And invariably people write back and they go, English. I'm an American. It's the only language I speak. So I said to myself, can it really be that this many Americans can barely write? And of course, if they can barely write, they can barely read. Could that really be possible? It can't be. Well, then I did the research and it turns out that only about 1% of the adult population can't read, like truly illiterate. It's only 1% of the population. I'm not hearing from them because they can't read or write, so they wouldn't be able to write to me. Okay. But then look at this, 20 to 23% of the adult population, that's almost a quarter of adults, are what is called semi-literate.
Now keep in mind that out of all the people that voted for trompetas, 33 of them, right? Like 1/3 was, so out of the whole population, I guess 1/3 voted for Trump. 1/3, 33 something percent, family. They're 10% away from being the majority. So the majority of that 33%
Wait a minute.
is fucking stupid.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
I'm serious. If you really do the numbers, listen, it's not even over yet.
Sometimes this is called functionally illiterate. There's a bunch of assessments, one from NAAL, another from the OECD program on adult competency. And what they find is that roughly between 1/5 and 1/4 of American adults read below the 6th grade level. If you can only read below the 6th grade level, you can handle simple little short texts, no parking on a sign. Plus, you get to recognize the sign and you understand what it says. But you can't read and understand a complex document. You can't read and properly understand a form you have to fill out or instructions. There are around 50 million American adults who are semi-literate.
Remember, 50 million who are semi-literate. 77 million voted for Trump. I am telling you, the Most High has finally turned the cup.
Now, what is the relevance to politics and to what we're talking about? Reading and writing is fundamental to being able to think about things deeply. If you can't see a few paragraphs of text and parse it and really think through the subject matter, or if you can't follow a multi-step argument, if long-form text is confusing to you, you're at a massive disadvantage in a modern democracy. Now, before the angry emails come in, this is not exclusively partisan. Of course, there are liberals and leftists who struggle with literacy as well. This is not a only Trump voters can't read kind of thing. But
it is. I'm telling you, it is. Why? Because listen to this. And by the way, this Trump voters, I'm telling you, it wasn't just Gringolandians. You get what I'm saying? But it reminds you of the stupidity. Because the way that Trump communicates, you would think, bro, can you not tell? Right? And he's gonna point the fact. 77 of you voted for this patas. 50 million people are like very fucking dumb. You understand that?
When I look at the most furious MAGA hate mail that I get, barely intelligible, no structure, random capitalization, sentences that collapse halfway through, and then I look at the literacy data, it's hard not to notice something. About 1 in 5 American adults read and therefore write below a 6th grade level. That's tens of millions of people that struggle with relatively basic stuff. What kind of messaging works best in that environment? A detailed healthcare proposal or the election was stolen? They're poisoning the blood of our country. They're coming for you. China's coming for you. Short, repetitive, emotional, and simple.
Short, repetitive, emotional, and simple. Check this out.
Remember that Trump speaks at a 4th grade level. Linguists have measured this. Short sentences, very heavy repetition, basic vocabulary. Now, maybe that's because of Trump's cognitive decline. Maybe it isn't, but we've seen Trump speak more and more simply over the years. It is effective at the end of the day in a country where tens of millions of people struggle to read above a 6th grade level. And so if complex policy is hard to process, you're not evaluating a tax plan. You're just reacting to identity. I have a tax plan for you, says Trump. Cool. Sounds good. Sounds strong. He sounds like he's on my side. I'll go for it. So this is really not about calling people dumb. This is a structural vulnerability. When literacy declines, slogans are much more effective than substance. And when nuance is difficult,
said it himself, if he was to run president, he would go Republican because they're fucking stupid. I mean, he said it himself.
Payday.
I'm not arrogant.
You want payday?
I'm on a power trip. I'm in a total commitment against evil. I'm pouring out my guts, my soul, my family, everything I've got committed to this, and I will not have pieces of fucking shit lie about me and say I'm not true. I will fucking destroy you, scum. All of you.
All of those illiterate dumbasses listen to people like him. Watch.
Made by claiming I'm a traitor when they're scumbag Benedict Arnolds.
They made me laugh, man. For real. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I thought, let me see, what was it? This is it right here. Remember in Old England, and I need to look into this, but seriously, brother. Whatever they got out of the river that was not fish was still called fish once it was put on a plate to eat. Oh, God.
That's right.
Oof.
That's right.
This is too funny.
Anybody who can sound really certain, even if they're false, if they're making false claims, is going to win. And if reading is tough for you, the emotional salience of what whoever tells you is going to be much more powerful. In a semi-literate informational ecosystem where memes and algorithms are having so much influence, the fact that 1 in 5, almost 1 in 4 adults.
Memes and algorithms. That sounds like wobble shit. Memes and algorithms. Oh, memes, you know what I mean? All these pictures, fake ass AI stuff. And then the algorithm in the echo chamber repeats it. We native, Bach. We native. It's impressive. So that has to tell you. They're also part of that percentage.
Can barely read becomes really powerful electorally. I don't think you can have a healthy democracy when 1 in 5 adults struggles to read into a middle school level.
Let's move on. All right. Again, we're getting ready for this class tomorrow. I'm not,
Israel is taking.
I'm serious, family. This is going to be a heavy duty class tomorrow. We're going to get into a lot of books tomorrow. Lots of them. And this is what we're getting ready with. Today is this. Tomorrow is this. Today, tomorrow. And we're going to tackle this. All right. Now, listen to this. It's true. I'm telling you. You guys aren't even hearing the real gist of what's going on over there.
Israel is taking a bloody good hiding. But you don't know it. You don't know it for 2 reasons. First of all, anybody releasing a picture or video of the damage in Tel Aviv is immediately sentenced to 5 years in prison. And secondly, because the mass media, CNN, BBC, Sky News, have accepted Israeli censorship and are therefore not broadcasting the footage that they have taken over a Tel Aviv that now looks like Gaza. How do I know that? Because I've got friends in Tel Aviv. Sheinkin Street, Tel Aviv. Near Dizengoff Square, Tel Aviv. And they've been walking around, and it's they who tell me from their own mouth that Tel Aviv now looks like Gaza. How could it not? Because the air defenses over Tel Aviv are no longer operational. The Iranians are hitting at will with the most powerful ballistic missiles. 50 ballistic missiles hit Tel Aviv last evening alone. They're also lying to you about the number of American casualties. How can all these CIA bases, all these American embassies, all these foreign bases of the United States, how can they all have been hit and destroyed with only 4 dead Americans? I'm going to take a flyer, and it's this. There are approaching 1,000 dead Americans, and they can't be hidden forever. Israel is taking a bloody...
Damn. I told you, man. I told you. See, we're not dangling the thought of this is World War III now. I don't expect trompetas to back down because I believe they got them by the huevos. Whether it's Epstein files or they claim that he's the Messiah for them, it's in reality, there's no backing of this. This is going full force forward. And all of you dumbass Anglo-Saxons from Europe who claim to be of these continents, telling us to get the fuck out of here. Fuck you. Nobody told you to come here. Nobody invited you. Matter of fact, we didn't need you. And we're the reason why you're still alive. If it wasn't for us, you would destroy yourselves. And that's just very obvious. I mean, look, you don't stop at all. It's in your nature to be destructive, it seems like. He's not incorrect. I believe there's like a lot of people have died. They're just not telling you. And maybe they're threatening the servicemen and their husbands or wives, servicemen and women, and they're threatening their families. Like, if you say some shit, we could discharge you, have no benefits. You're going to have to figure it out on your own. Have you guys heard this movie called Soy Nero? Hold on. Soy Nero. It's a movie. Okay? Let me show you something real quick. It's fucking fucked up, man. All right. This brother right here. Check this out. I want to show this to y'all. Because they're doing it to you. Like I've been saying in this channel for quite some time. Hold on, let me see. Oh my God, this is the wrong one. I've been saying this in this channel for quite some time.
New images do show the destruction across.
Stop. They are collateral. You guys are collateral damage. I've been saying it for a while. You are collateral damage. The elitists don't care about you at all. Once they took over...
To the coming of Mashiach, Bezrat Hashem, we have an opportunity now. It's such an amazing opportunity.
Hold on a second.
They have an opportunity to bring.
Wait. Why are you guys over here like, dude, who turned you guys on? What the fuck's going on with this shit? Excuse me. Sorry, I just don't like stuff just acting out of nowhere. Anyways, this is the movie that I'm talking about. Man, listen to what happened to this kid, all right? He gets deported, goes to the army, and then guess what happens right after?
Name?
Maldonado.
First name?
Nero.
Where are you from, Nero?
South Central Los Angeles.
This is not for violence, okay? I'm using this to establish a boundary.
Hey, brother from another mother. Is this your place?
Ah, claro. I'm going to join the army.
Why would you want to join the army?
To fight for the country and become an American citizen.
To fight for the country and become an American citizen, he says. That's what they promised him. That's not what happened.
Like your cousin Diego? And he came back with a fucking hook instead of a head.
Oh, he's very proud now, and he's an American citizen.
Oh, yeah, he's proud. He's proud to open your beer bottle with it.
You think I'm gonna go get a fucking gun? I'm gonna become G.I. fucking Joe?
Jesus. Cool name, Muhammad. I'm an American. We just...
What the fuck is wrong with you two, huh? Stop.
Spread your legs.
Can I see some ID? You was a fucking head.
Defending our principles of democracy and freedom.
And they leave out the part where he eventually gets deported. Yeah, he gets deported. He's about to get deported. He joins the service. He goes, and there's a lot of killings involved. He survives. And he comes back, and then they deport his ass. One more time.
Good hiding. But you don't know it. You don't know it for two reasons. First of all, anybody releasing a picture or video of the damage in Tel Aviv is immediately sentenced to 5 years in prison. And secondly, because the mass media, CNN, BBC, Sky News, have accepted Israeli censorship and are therefore not broadcasting the footage that they have taken over a Tel Aviv that now looks like Gaza. How do I know that? Because I've got friends in Tel Aviv. Sheinkin Street, Tel Aviv. Near Dizengoff Square, Tel Aviv. And they've been walking around, and it's they who tell me from their own mouth that Tel Aviv now looks like Gaza. How could it not? Because the air defenses over Tel Aviv are no longer operational. The Iranians are hitting at will with the most powerful ballistic missiles. 50 ballistic missiles hit Tel Aviv last evening alone. They're also lying to you about the number of American casualties. How can all these CIA bases, all these American embassies, all these foreign bases of the United States, how can they all have been hit and destroyed with only 4 dead Americans? I'm going to take a flyer, and it's this. There are approaching 1,000 dead Americans, and they can't be hidden forever. Israel.
The Middle East as the U.S., Israel, and Iran exchange airstrikes for a 6th day.
Iran's retaliatory strikes have so far hit 12 countries through the Trump administration is confident the U.S. has the upper hand. ABC's Christian Cordero joining us live from Washington with the very latest right now. Christian.
Colleen, Philip, good morning to you both. So the the Pentagon says rather that the U.S. efforts are, quote, just getting started as the back and forth of airstrikes now start to show their toll on civilians across the Middle East.
Today, the surge of U.S. forces across the Middle East has led to a scramble for the thousands of American tourists trying to get out. For the first time since Saturday's initial strikes in Iran, the State Department sending a chartered flight from the Middle East to the U.S., as commercial flights have been hard to secure.
Honestly, at this point, I'm really starting to lose hope that we'll be home soon.
In Washington, Trump administration officials vow to strike deeper into Iran. Video circulating online shows smoke rising from a sports stadium. Iran's government says it was hit by a U.S.-Israeli airstrike. As well as on land, the U.S. has also targeted Iran's Navy vessels offshore. So far, the Pentagon says it has destroyed at least 20 Iranian Navy vessels, including this warship sunk by a torpedo, killing all but 32 of the 180 sailors on board.
For 47 years, we were pushed around, and we shouldn't have been. And I think I can say, and you see it as well as I do, you see the tremendous progress that's being.
He said for 47 years they've been pushed around. Everybody's been using the gringo dollar. What pushing around can people do? You fucking sanction the shit out of them if they don't agree with their stupidities.
Iran's foreign minister today called the destruction of that ship an atrocity at sea, posting online, quote, "Mark my words, the U.S. will come to bitterly regret precedent it has set."
They initiated this war, the same they did in June. So Iranians have no other choice other than continuing to resist, to defend their territory.
And today, 5 days after that strike that killed Iran's supreme leader, a member of Iran's
It's pretty fascinating. I've seen it before, and they still.
This is interesting right here. So we're going to spend some time in this video right here, okay? Probably like maybe 30 minutes, I think. This fucking channel makes me laugh all the time. You know how it is, family. Gringolandia, man. Nobody asked you, but apparently you think you know. That's fine. Now all of a sudden they're going to start making some real claims about certain things. And I kind of find it funny because you're the same people. And if you really were this scholarly doctor, whatever, classic learner, how come you didn't say none of this way before? Now you're starting to say it. Watch what happens, okay? With his little fucking crazy ass shit. Pay attention, family. I mean, we're gonna get some kind of funny stuff going on here. All right, let's go.
They're in South America, but they still have the Confederate flag and.
Yeah. Yep. They're mainly in Mexico and Brazil.
Or North America.
Yeah. Search Confederate Mexico parade. Yeah. And what's up, y'all? We got 570 in the chat. Good to see you guys. I knew this would be an interesting one. Oh, that's all. Oh, yeah. That's very recent.
I'm not sure if this is in Mexico, though. Let's see.
They're so fucking bullshitting, dude. There's not one. There's none. That's why they're like, oh, there's that one. That's Texas, fuck faces. But there is one in Brazil. I know that. Look, watch.
Looks like America. I think you're getting.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's America. But you don't have any. You don't have any. But you know how Gringolandians are, bro. I mean, they drink their own shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Search results.
Yeah, it's, top Google result or top even DuckDuckGo is not going to be too base, honestly.
Yeah. Confederates in.
Well, I mean, it's like, no, it doesn't fit your narrative. You're not going to find any of that shit. Somebody told you some stupid fucking comment. Not nowhere will you ever see that flag. And if you see that flag in Mexico, bro, I would be the first one to go there and fucking record it myself.
In Brazil. I'm going to share my screen.
In Brazil, though, you see how quickly they move? Fucking cracker barrels.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh, you got it. You searched that? Confederates in Brazil?
I could do Confederates in Brazil.
Basically expressing their confederacy and all that shit. Look what they say, though. Like, this is how you can just see the hubris within them. The fucking pride, like as if they're so fucking superior. They criticize the very same people that gave them the power to get to this point. It's funny, bro. It's funny to me.
Yeah. So we have these Confederates in Brazil and Mexico. Tens of thousands.
Mexico. You didn't find any in Mexico. You went to Brazil. Shut the fuck up. Let's go.
Of them. And those connections were made originally by the Knights of the Golden Circle, who used to fill up, ships with a couple hundred guys, horses, and take over countries in Central and South America. You think the CIA started that, guys? I don't know. No. Guys, we've been toppling, unstable countries in Latin America for hundreds of years since before.
See what he says? We've. When the fuck did you go and do that? Oh, unstable countries. You mean the ones that you unstabled, right? Anglos, Saxons, Edomites, your end is near. The Bible talks about the fact that your destruction is about to be starting. When you thought you were atop, now you're going to experience the bottom. That's what the scriptures talk about. But let's continue.
For the Civil War. And before they were the Knights of the Golden Circle, they were actually called the Order of the Lone Star. And that's where you get Lone Star, flag, tech.
I know I've heard you talk about this before, and correct me if I get this wrong, because I might butcher this. This isn't my lane. But it is believed that the Knights of the Golden Circle might have had something to do with the assassination of Lincoln. Is that correct?
Oh, that's 1,000% correct.
Okay, I thought so. So it's believed that they were involved in that, and they eventually become the KKK. So what I always find interesting with historical stuff is not so much just what gets lost, but why certain things get covered up. So is it the association with David Yulee that you believe is the reason the Knights of the Golden Circle has been lost to history, or is that?
Here's where I guess he brings up a decent point. David Yulee. The KKK, racist motherfuckers, you know what I mean? Superiority complex. Get what I'm saying? All right. Now, let's move forward to here.
Take a sickle, which is also the shape of a crescent, and they would collect the dew off of leaves and shrubbery and collect essentially that moon, the lunar dew on the crescent moon with their sickle and save that for their whatever they needed it for, all sorts of different purposes.
Yes.
But yeah, crescents go way back.
Well, here, Brett brought up something good earlier that we kind of glossed over. Abraham Lincoln was, in fact, assassinated by, John Wilkes Booth was a confirmed member of the Knights of the Golden Circle. Not just that, all of his co-conspirators, all of them, were also members of the Knights of the Golden Circle. There were previous attempts on Abraham Lincoln's life. They didn't get very far, but they did arrange various things that the KGC had been trying to do. So he just jumped up and did it himself. Like
better than Rikers, right? Hopefully.
Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Pretty nice. Well, you've got David Yulee's.
David Yulee's. Pay attention.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, it's up.
Cool. This is David Levy Yulee, people. This is the guy most of us have never heard of. I never.
See, he said, I never heard of him. My God, fuck. You see how they admit it?
Never heard about him. People. This is the guy most of us have never heard of. I never heard about him until I started making videos like this.
See, until he started making videos like this. But you're supposed to be a doctor. I thought this was your profession. Now, let's follow this family. Haven't I been saying that since 1492, Sephardic Jews were financing this whole shit? And that Negroes helped them as well as Anglo-Saxon white people like him, like them. They all been working together. All of a sudden now they're surprised. How many times did I bring up the Jews and Muslims of British colonial America? That name is in that book. Which is why I emphasize tomorrow we're going to get deep into the books. And I'm going to bring this information up as well. Now, all of a sudden, the country that you feel so proud of, that you still support, because you can see yourself right there with that attitude, you didn't realize that these fuckers were the ones that basically handed it over to you? But did you not know that they're your kings? They're not Jewish, or they're not Jews from the Middle East. They're self-proclaimed Jews that are Europeans just like you guys. There's so-called Jewish people that look just like you, Longo, Merlin, and whatever the fuck your name is, Pike. That sounds like a Jewish last name. It says he was born in the island of St. Thomas, then under British control, to a Sephardic Jewish family. Sephardic Jewish family. What was I not saying this? Did I not prove this years before? His father was a trader from Morocco, and his father was a trader from Morocco, and his mother also of Sephardi descent. Hold on. So a North African is a Sephardic? Tomorrow we're going to debunk all of this shit as well, how they were all converts. Also of Sephardi descent was born Saint Eustathius and raised in St. Thomas. It says Yule was the first person of Jewish ancestry elected to the United States House of Representatives, as well as the first elected United States Senate. He added Yule, the name of a Moroccan ancestor, to his name soon after his 1846 marriage to Nancy Christian Wycliffe, daughter of ex-governor Charles A. Wycliffe of Kentucky. Though Yule converted to Christianity, became a Episcopalian, and raised his children as Christians, he encountered anti-Semitism throughout his career. Why? Because obviously that was all for fucking name. It wasn't in reality, conversion. But somehow these guys are surprised. Fuck.
Yep. Yulee was the first person of Jewish ancestry elected to the United States House of Representatives, as well as the first elected to the United States Senate. Yep. Oh, he converted to Christianity.
Converso.
Hang on, guys, man, I wish we got our facts straight. I had no idea he was a Christian. Well, forget everything we said about him up until now. He converted. It was a earnest conversion.
He's a white guy like you, Longo. You just happen to be a Christmas Christian. He happens to claim to be Judaic. You're no different.
And those evil Christians. Wicked.
Funny, man. They're like, oh, we're not the same people. Bro, you guys are. That's why I'm going to go thoroughly with this shit tomorrow, man. Thoroughly.
He's saved. Yulee saved. I don't know. Just kidding. But I'm not buying his conversion for a sec. In fact, most historians say he only converted so they let him in. So they let him into the Senate.
Didn't I just say that? Oh God, fuck. See what I mean, family? Do not be impressed by these people.
Or that, so they'd be okay with him being in the Senate, even if he'd already been converted. So don't buy that. That doesn't change anything, and it doesn't change his ancestry. And believe me, he, Christian or not, he owned slaves, and a lot of them. So
yeah, so did Anglo-Saxons, Esau, Amalek, Canaan. All of you fuckfaces own slaves. White people, so-called self-proclaimed, white Christmas Christians own slaves. White so-called self-proclaimed Jews own slaves. Black so-called Christians own slaves. All of y'all own slaves. You all work together. Don't act like you're surprised now. 1776 was basically written by them. Your Deck of Independence was exactly written by them. Freemasonry, without Freemasonry, you can't have the Talmud, and you can't have the Talmud without being a Jewish, supposedly, believer. You are that behind.
But all right, David Levy Yulee. He also his okay. Here's another connection to the KGC. The father of his wife was also in the KGC, I believe. Go watch my KGC videos, and it's in there for sure. But so there are strong connections between Yulee and the KGC, and another one I believe goes through.
This is his father-in-law right here, Charles A. Wycliffe, who you just mentioned.
Yeah. I'm 90% sure he was in the KGC as well. But all right, let's go back. Let's zoom out a little bit Have you ever seen those memes where it's like school bus, prison bus, school lunch tray, prison lunch tray, cafeteria. There's more parallels between the two. Yeah, can we zoom in on that? Yes, perfect. Now, what are we seeing here? Okay, you could actually probably replace prison with slavery, and it might be a little more accurate. When slavery was no longer an option, much of the KGC got into.
These are the same guys that give credit to Christopher Colon. They're the same guys that give credit to Christopher Columbus. You guys celebrate his ass every year. You sit down with your white mama and you go and cut down the turkey weight. Y'all believe in that shit. Now all of a sudden you got a problem with it? What the hell? Can't all of a sudden be doing that, bro. Can't be doing that.
Fast food, believe it or not, fast food. So we see a lot of these elements being present, Say 17.
Now again, Moses Levi also fought for the Confederacy. Moses Levi was a Moroccan-born American businessman, planter, a social and religious reformer, born into an elite Sephardic Jewish family in Morocco. Levi migrated to Gibraltar as a child and later established himself in merchant shipper in Caribbean with extensive yada, 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 yada. It's like, bro, this is who you guys are. You keep calling them Jewish. They're Anglo-Saxons like you. Europeans, Polish, Dutch, Germans, Slovakians. You know what I mean? Austrians. That's who you guys are. They just chose Judaism. You chose Christmas Christianity.
82,
accurate.
Died 1854. And so he died a little before the Civil War, right? I'm sure he would have loved to see that kick off, okay? But he just, he didn't have it in him to pull through to see it all play out. But this is where Muslims came into Spain, 711 AD. There's another KGC fast food, schizophrenic, connection there. 711. Every time you shop at 711, that may be the Freemasons making fun of the Moors or sticking it to the Moors, saying, yeah, you got us in 711, but now we feed you all this fuck.
I find it so funny, man, that they're sitting back and all of these people like, oh my God, thank you so much. You're so... Bro, you guys are all going to be destroyed. All of you. All of you. Now you're surprised. Now all of a sudden they're surprised and shit. Oh, I didn't know that there were Jews, Moroccans. That's why I say, family, people act like they don't watch this channel. I've been teaching that shit since 2022, bro. And now they're like, oh, I didn't know that they were here. I didn't know that they were doing that. And then you got this fucking idiot. Like, it's just funny to me, bro. To me, it's just funny to me. Hold on a second. Let me see what this is. Watch this. Let me see what this is. What is going on? Oh.
Classical learner.com at classical learner. And he also again,
but yeah, it was good to go on there, and I got to talk about a lot of
follow him at classical learner.
People are unaware of. And we talked about the Frankfurt.
Hey, one sec. Can you not hear it?
No, we don't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it either, Steve?
Merlin? No, I hear the Alex Jones video 100%. I also heard Brett talking at the same time.
Okay. So I didn't hear it, so I'll quiet down then.
Oh, Brett. Shit, why is that happening?
Are you listening on X? Is that why you don't hear it? Or are you listening on StreamYard?
I'm on StreamYard, and I thought we were just sitting in silence.
That's weird.
Because you can hear us, but not the video. That's really odd.
I was talking about you, and you were there, so just bear with us for like a couple minutes. We're gonna hear what you guys talked about at the beginning. The people can hear it.
Yeah.
So let me play a few of these reports for you. Let's play clip 6. Children are taught slavery is an American creation versus reality. Here's that report.
Why is it that public schools only teach about the transatlantic slave trade? They don't teach
give it some volume.
Slavery in the Ottoman Empire, that it lasted for 600 years and 5 to 10 million people were enslaved. That they not only enslaved men, but the most valuable slaves
were women, because sexual slavery was not only permitted, but it was institutionalized in the Ottoman Empire. So they would get many of their slaves from Central Europe, many of their slaves from the Balkans, and they would enslave Hungarians, Russians, Ukrainians, which is why the word slave comes from Slav. And why don't schools teach about the trans-Indian slave trade, which lasted for over 1,200 years and enslaved 4 to 10 million people? Or the trans-Saharan slave trade, which lasted for over 1,200 years and enslaved 9 to 17 million people, all of which ended, ready for it, not before, but long after the North Atlantic slave trade. And yes, chattel slavery was practiced in all of these places. In fact, in 1776, the majority of countries in the world practiced chattel slavery. And where Europe and the United States were early.
Dude, that's crazy. Brett.
Oh, that's crazy, Brett. Let me remind you, Cracker Barrels. Slavery was going on between white and brown and white people between y'all for quite some time. You see, in this channel, we don't argue that. That's not without a doubt. We know that. But you want to know what happened here in this country? Is when you not only enslave people, but you purposely take their heritage. You purposely change everything about us. And then you purposely claim to be natives. That's why you call yourselves, quote unquote, American. Not North American, not Cracker Barrel European American. No, American. You see, this is why I get disgusted by these fucking people. I mean, y'all don't know shit, to be quite frank with you, bro. To be quite frank with you, if I wish I could sit in the room with these fuckers so I can just embarrass them with some of their other stuff. Because I think they even believe the old world is here too. And, you know, we're going to talk about that shit because, like, I'm sorry. I'm going to respectfully have to push back on that. Corbrays, it's to me, I'm so baffled by this because, quite frankly, y'all ain't teaching nobody shit. So then they go talk and talk and talk and talk. You see, fam? This is why I initially told you that IQ shit, like, you know, it ain't working no more.
All right, y'all, the Jeffrey Epstein war has complete.
And I'm going to let this play for a while because this guy makes a lot of points. By the way, Danny, listen, whoever the fuck you are, I don't want you here. Don't subscribe to this channel. We don't care what you got to say. Like, then you post some like, oh, I'm sorry, last night I was drunk. Like, what the, who says that? And do we really come from Barron Strait? I think we don't, and it's all BS. So why the fuck are you asking? Like you literally, matter of fact, that's what they call a rhetorical question. You don't want an answer. You already answered it yourself. That's low IQ. If somebody hired you at BBC, if that's really it, it's not beautiful, black, whatever, you know what I'm saying, that you love. If you really work for BBC, I don't know why they hired you, bro. Like, I mean, if they really did hire you and you went to college and all that shit and you're still that stupid, bro, give somebody that degree that may actually do better with it. Fucking dumb, bro. Don't ever show up here again.
And utterly spiraled out of control right in front of our eyes. Trump is caught in the midst of what's called an escalation trap right now. It's looking, seriously, like this is becoming World War III. I repeat, it is looking, seriously, like this is becoming World War III. So from now on, we'll be referring to Israel and the U.S. as the axis of Epstein, because that's what they are, the axis of Epstein. So you guys know the drill. Everybody do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. Also, support this show on Patreon, because this is real independent media. And, of course, subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Sub.
I want to say this, family, that we need to be a little more spiritual about these things. If you believe in the book, you know, Japheth, Shem, and Ham. There are some people, they're not all Edomites. I don't think they're all Esau, bro. I don't think they're all the sons of Esau or Amalek. You know what I'm saying? You got your real, true Japheths. You could tell. Just, you know, I'm just putting it out there, bro. 'Cause some people, like, my sons had really good help from certain people. Like, you could tell that they were decent. They kind of looked like this guy. And they helped my son with autism, like severe autism. They helped him, like they cared. You can't go assuming that every single Anglo or looking is Esau, and every single Canaanite looking person is Canaan. You get what I mean? Let's be smart too. Let's go.
Stack, because we got a lot to get to, and I don't want you missing any little piece of it. All right, here we go. Let's start with this. The Dow plunged 1,000 points as oil and gas prices surge after Iran orders the Strait of Hormuz closed. So this is a huge deal, y'all. Not only are there going to be, prices skyrocketing and supply shocks when it comes to oil and gas, it's also going to impact other aspects of the economy as well. This is stuff I guarantee you the Trump regime did not think about before doing this, because they're completely and utterly incompetent. They're devastatingly stupid. And so now we're all dealing with the fallout of that. All right. We also have this. New, the CIA has been working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of fomenting a popular uprising in Iran. Multiple people familiar with the plan told CNN Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days, and they expect the U.S. and Israeli support, a senior Iranian Kurdish official told CNN. So, ladies and gentlemen, they have been lying to us for months, perhaps a year, because they've been planning a ground invasion. They've been counting on...
Hey, you see this? This is what I mean. Look. BBC genetic, taco genetic, messy cans. You see that? Messy cans. Danny Medina ain't no fucking... Bro, he's probably a Moreno and shit. Trying to get away with... Dude, you guys are so simple, bro. You guys are so simple. I mean, I kind of knew it, to be honest with you. Messy cans worshiping white liberals... Why? Because he brings points regarding of what's happening over there. And he's pointing out shit about the same people that we're talking about right now. Khazar conversion. He's mentioning it the entire time. It's ridiculous, bro. You are a negro, homie. That's what you are. You're a negro claiming to be Danny Medina. That's what it is. Danny Medina, black, whatever, big black. Is that what you're saying? It's funny, man, because only you guys will say messy cans. That's only you guys would say that. Bro, it's so funny to me, bro. See, look. I told you. I fucking told you. I told you, bro. I told you. I'm going to tell you what, man. I'm going to tell you what. People like you, I'll invite you any fucking day of the week. People like you, if you got balls, hit the fucking link and represent what the fuck you are. We mog your... You see what I'm saying? You see, I told you, bro. But see, you know what's worse? That you are fake. That you actually put a so-called, quote-unquote, Hispanic name to come and troll the channel. You are that fucking weak. You can't even admit who the fuck you are. Dude, man, it's just funny. It's so fucking funny to me, bro, that you weak-ass motherfuckers don't have no huevos to go say, okay, I got something to say to you. I got something to say to you. No, all you do is say messy cans. What else? Beaners. See this beamer? Say it, man. This beaner, false prophet. So what if I called you a fucking monkey? Does that sound racist like you're being right now? You call me a beaner. What if I call you a fucking monkey? That you look like a monkey, bro. You see how that sounds? You see what I mean? You fuckfaces always complain about white folks, whether they're liberal or Republican. You know what I'm saying? You always complain about them being fucking racist. But the moment you guys have a chance to be one, dude, you put it right in front face, bro. Fuck you and your reparations. Y'all motherfuckers help these people. You help them. You benefited from them. They benefited from you. Now you want to sit back and act like, oh my God, you know, we're pobrecito nosotros. Nah, fuck no, bro. We got no fucking sympathy for you whatsoever. No. You're not a Central American. You're an African. You're an African. You are an African, Danny Medina. I bet you are an African descent looking so-called. You're not from in this land. You're not indigenous to this land, bro. I can already tell within your spirit. Because you're not attacking my belief. You're attacking me. You see what I'm saying? No, I didn't say you were white. Not at all. I didn't think you were white. I said you're a Moreno. That's what I said. You're stupid. Let me do you a favor. Do you want to know why? Because you don't got the balls to step up to this game. I'm going to give you one chance. You post one more thing, I'm going to take you out. Here, if you're that ballsy, come defend yourself. Well, you sure as hell have one up your throat. You sure as hell act like you have one up your throat. You sound like them. You talk like them. You just called me a Mexican. Then you called me a beaner. Are you saying Hondurans don't eat beans, you fuckface? Is that what you're saying? Hondurans don't eat beans? For you to call me a beaner? Man, you could call me a ricer. I like rice more than beans. Come on. Mr. BBC? Oh, I work for BBC. Okay, well, then you should be mindful about how this stuff works. Come on board, son. Come on board, son. I just paused this whole shit for you. Come on board. Come on board. You calling Raza beaners, and you claim to be of this land, so you're saying you don't need beans. Nah, you don't play that game here. You don't play that game here. You're not indigenous to this continent. I don't worship no fairy tale books that help cock. Okay, so let me ask you one thing, Medina. Just one fucking question. Matter of fact, no. I said, nah, fuck no. You're out of here. You're out of here. Yep, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. You guys are weak, bro. And if another one of you stupid ass natives comes to this channel, man, better hit the fucking link, okay? If you don't believe what I'm teaching, then don't listen to it. But you sticking around posting some shit like, oh, I'm sorry about you. First of all, you say, I'm sorry about yesterday. I was drunk. Oh, and by the way, let me start acting drunk again. You're an embarrassment to your household. You're an embarrassment to your father, to your grandfather. You're an embarrassment to your mom. Bro, you're an embarrassment. If you have kids, you're an embarrassment to your kids.
On a ground invasion.
He's like, oh, you're siding with, bro, we don't vote here. We don't vote at all. We don't vote in this channel at all. I never fucking voted. What are you saying?
Now they're just now acting like, maybe we'll do a ground invasion. No, they were planning it all along. They just never told us the truth. And by the way, not only is the entire Jeffrey Epstein war illegal, including just the airstrikes, but now you're going to do boots on the ground without any input from Congress? We are totally in uncharted territory here, y'all. This guy has to be impeached yesterday. All right, this is no longer a debate. This is no longer an open question. This is as black and white as it gets. If you can't impeach him, he's got to be hit by the 25th Amendment. This is ludicrous what we're looking at now. So ground invasion, 50,000 U.S. troops where they go with the Kurds.
Hey, by the way, sorry, bro. I don't know if you heard me. You're reminding me of this. He is responsible a bit. Technically, Sephardic Jew. I actually took notes down so I can remind myself to bring it out tomorrow, because I will bring out some documentation where you can connect those dots as well. All right, let's go.
By the way, to the Kurds, the U.S. has betrayed you literally 9 times.
Hey, this is what I'm going to start doing, family. When people start talking shit, first thing I'm going to do, if I feel like talking to them, I'm going to put the link up. 1, 2 posts. If they don't get up, then get rid of them. Or I will get rid of them. 1 or 2 posts after that. After the link is up and they still keep talking shit, just get rid of them. Or I will do it myself. Because at that moment, they're just trolling and they don't even know what the fuck they're saying. He's trying to act like, oh, I'm Honduran. I'm not Mexican, but he calls me a Mexican, calls me a beaner. It's like, they look at you. You are what I am, a Mexican.
We have betrayed the Kurds 9 times in modern history. And now, again, you think, what, the 10th time's a charm? You think the U.S. won't betray you again? But clearly what they're trying to do here is make Iran a failed state. That's the idea. Balkanization, civil war. That's what Israel wants, because then Iran...
The reason I'm bringing this out, at least showing you guys who he is, I'm not saying listen to him or vote for him or whatever. I'm not saying that. He brings out a lot of points because we're talking about politics right now that connects to our people. I mean, this is fucking just facts. It's not about right or left or right. It's about what is going on. Pay attention. Because guess what? Within these things, he's going to mention a lot of stuff that we talk about. Let's go. Stupid ass.
Cannot be a regional player. They cannot push back against Israeli hegemony and dominance. And of course, Israel wants to create a greater Israel. Okay, so that's incredible, incredible reporting. How about this one? U.S. and Israeli strikes are deliberately targeting Kurdish regions of Iran. Border posts, police stations, military bases. continuously go after targets that they shouldn't be going after. This isn't random. This is preparation. The CIA is already arming Kurdish forces for an uprising. Now airstrikes are clearing the path for thousands of Kurdish fighters from Iraq to pour into western Iran. They're engineering a civil war inside Iran. While Trump claims he forced Israel's hand, more on that later, by the way, and Colonel McGregor says our bases are destroyed, the U.S. is quietly opening a fourth front. This war is expanding by the hour. So as I said...
Real quick, another point. He said white liberal. That means he voted for Trump. Correct? Because technically, the only way you say white liberal is if you believe you're conservative right. You know what I'm saying? That's you see the talk? So when he says white liberal, then he's Trump. Then he calls him Mexican beaner. Is he really indigenous to this land? What, do they not eat fucking beans and rice and corn and shit? You guys are the worst, bro.
This is becoming a world war very quickly. China is backing Iran. Russia is backing Iran. Now, a lot of U.S. European allies are sheepishly falling in line behind the axis of Epstein, the U.S. and Israel. But look at this. Look at this video here. And we'll get to the videos in a little bit of Tehran, man, but genuinely, it looks apocalyptic what's being done to Tehran right now. Horrifying videos that we're going to see from a number of different places. All right, here we go. Now, this is Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal. He gets briefed by the Trump regime about what's going on. And listen to what he says here, because this should send a chill down your spine.
I just want to say I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have. But I also am no more clear on what the priorities are going to be of the administration going forward, whether it is destroying the nuclear capacity of Iran, or simply the missiles, or regime change, or stopping terrorist activities. And I think the administration owes it to the American people to have briefings not just for members of Congress, but for the American public.
The chaos is the point. They want Iran to be a failed state, Senator Blumenthal. That's the point. That's why it appears like they have absolutely no plan, and they seem really incompetent, because they view it as, we just want death and destruction. That's the goal, and they're delivering death and destruction. But you heard him there. He said, I'm more fearful than ever that there's going to be boots on the ground. Like I said, they lied to us every step of the way. They were always planning boots on the ground. Trump said the other day, I don't have the yips around boots on the ground. You don't have the yips? Your whole fucking campaign, all you did was say, we're not going to go to war in the Middle East. I'm definitely not going to war in Iran. What Bush did was really stupid. We wasted $8 trillion. Why don't we rebuild our roads? Why don't we rebuild our hospitals? Now here you are doing exactly what Bush did on steroids. All right. Now, this is crazy here, because you want to talk about Orwellian. This is as Orwellian as it gets, where different MAGA hacks have different things that they're saying when it comes to this war. And they're trying to pretend, some of them are trying to pretend, this isn't even a war. They're doing the Russia trick. What did Russia say when they illegally and offensively invaded Ukraine? Oh, it's a special military operation, not a war. Okay, Orwellian word games to the max. Listen to what these MAGA idiots are doing.
And we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
I don't know if this is technically a war. We didn't start this war. But under President Trump, we are finishing it.
This isn't a war. We haven't declared war.
The Secretary of Defense, who calls himself the Secretary of War, said today this is a war.
We set the terms of this war, from start to finish.
Nobody should classify this as war. It is combat operations.
War is hell, and always will be.
Strategic strikes are not war.
Just absolutely astonishing. I did not know it was possible for the government to be so pathetic and low IQ. By the way, on the same topic in a sense, Marco Rubio, he came out there the other day and said, well, look, Israel was going to attack Iran. And so we knew that once Israel attacked Iran, then Iran would fire at our military bases. So we decided, I don't know, I guess we'll just follow Israel and we'll attack also. What he's admitting there is, we are the beta, they are the alpha. We are the cuck, they are the leader, they are the bull. Okay? He's admitting it. He said it out loud. Because they thought, oh, this will be good to sort of take pressure off us, because we'll say, technically we didn't make the final decision. But no, immediately that became a massive scandal, because mainstream media was even talking about it and going, wait a second, why does the president of the United States have to follow the prime minister of Israel? Aren't you the one that's in charge? Aren't they the satellite state? They're the vassal state, and we're the boss? And so that created a big scandal, and then he tries to come out and clean it up. And if anything, he just lies brazenly and makes it worse.
Somebody asked me a question and said, did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you were asking me that, you from that follow-up. And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties.
So who's actually in charge? Who's actually in charge? It sounds like you just told us. Now, by the way, again, the regime went with this line thinking it would take pressure off them and heat off them. Then they realized they just admitted to being total beta cucks and that Israel apparently runs the United States. And then Trump, when this blew up, Marco's original comment, he goes, actually, maybe I actually pushed them into it. They didn't push me into it. I actually pushed them into it. I've never been more certain that, of course, it was Israel that led the way here. It absolutely was. I have no doubt about it whatsoever. And an intelligent, functional government, a sovereign, independent government would have said to Israel, hey, how about you kick rocks, bitch? How about you don't illegally and offensively attack Iran? How about we stop you from doing that? How about we cut off your money and we cut off your weapons? How about we stand up to you? How about, oh, you want to do a regime change? I can think of a country that could use a regime change, and it ain't Iran, motherfucker. I'm looking at him. Okay? But no, he would never do that because he's bought and owned. Not only is he bought and owned by the Israel lobby and Miriam Adelson, as we all know, taking over $100 million from these charlatans and these scumbags, he's also blackmailed. He's blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein, who was Mossad. There's pictures and videos of him doing horrible things with underage girls, and they're probably holding it over his head because in the past, they tried to blackmail Bill Clinton with the Monica Lewinsky shit. Netanyahu himself did that. So understand the way that this thing works. We are in so deep here. The president is compromised. He's a blackmailed pedophile. He can be coerced, he can be extorted, and he certainly is right now. All right, the first 4 U.S. soldiers killed in the Jeffrey Epstein war. Here they are right here. These are their pictures. The one on the bottom left, bro, he's literally 20 years old. He's never known life without the United States being at war. His whole life, the U.S. was at war. 20 years old. And now he's dead. So as Matthew Ho points out, looks like the soldiers killed in Kuwait were reservists. Most Americans don't know that reservists and guardsmen make up large elements of U.S. forces overseas. Reservists and guardsmen made up 40% of the U.S. forces in the Afghan and Iraq wars. Remember that the 3 U.S. soldiers killed in Jordan in 2024 were reservists as well. The U.S. cannot field enough active duty soldiers to support its commitments overseas prior to the war. Sustaining a war with Iran will require a substantial call-up of reservists and National Guard. These 4 people should have had long lives with their families and been contributors to their communities. They should not have died in Kuwait. In other words, these people that are going to die, they don't want to do this shit. They're not even about this shit. They don't want to be on the motherfucking front lines. Nobody's like actually wanting to risk their life for this shit. So as many people have said, and I'll say it too, send Barron Trump. Why should Barron Trump not be there? If you guys believe in this war so deeply and it's so important, meanwhile, you can't even fucking explain why you're doing it, right? But if it's so important, send Barron. I think every politician, I agree with Jesse Ventura, every politician should have to send at least one close family member there, every single one. And then you'll see they're, much less willing to wage war in that scenario when it directly affects them personally. But it doesn't affect them. It affects usually...
Hey fam, I'm gonna do something real quick for my wife, okay? Give me about 10, 15 minutes, but I'm gonna let this play. Just make sure that you follow through with all what he's saying. What up, brother? Sorry, I was eating as well. Technically, I'm gonna go get some cheese. We're just gonna try to make some enchiladas. No, not enchiladas. Chilaquiles. That's what we're gonna try to make. But anyways, just give me 15. I'm gonna let it run. I'm gonna be right back. I promise.
People from lower income families and black and brown people. The Telegraph, this is a right-wing outlet, okay? A right-wing British outlet. They say this: Tehran is an apocalypse of hospitals in flames and children buried beneath rubble. Highways choke with those fleeing as others shelter with nowhere left to run. If this is what right-wing outlets are saying, man, it's already the case that there is, zero true public support for what's happening here, okay? This is disturbing. The U.S. is giving Tehran the Gaza treatment. Only a few days ago, the U.S. political media establishment was shedding crocodile tears over Iranian protesters. Now, those protesters are being murdered, and they're saying nothing about it because the axis of Epstein are the ones doing the murder. So disturbing. They've made a point, Israel has made a point of bombing the neighborhoods in Tehran that have the most opposition leaders and the most protesters. That proves they want a failed state. They want a failed state. They don't want a functioning Iran. They want to remove Iran from the equation so they can create a greater Israel and have total regional dominance and hegemony. Okay, here we go. Hard video to watch, but you have to see. They are doing to Tehran exactly what they did to Gaza.
What? از اینجا میاد اینجا.
It's literally carpet bombing. This is murdering countless innocent men, women, and children. We'll get to death toll in a little bit too, by the way, because we're 4 days in, it's already colossal. Okay. Here we have Murtaza Hussein saying apocalyptic images coming from central Tehran. So you're about to see here, this really does look like, like somebody dropped a nuke or something, or this is like a zombie apocalypse. Take a look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Jesus Christ. Oh.
بشین بلند نشه شاید زخمی شده باشه بشین شاید صبح مثل کسی داشته باشه بشین همین رندادیا رسیدن
guys, these are all innocent people. These are just regular people who work regular jobs. They have hopes and dreams and plans and family members and friends and lives and now they're just being murdered like they're nothing. That's what the axis of Epstein is doing. That's how depraved they are. They are incapable of looking at these people like they're people. We know how Israelis feel about Palestinians. We know they look at them as subhuman, right? No, apparently it's like literally everybody in that region they look at. And you can tell it absolutely is. Israel absolutely is. Not only an apartheid state, but a settler colonial experiment. That's what it is. You have motherfuckers from Poland saying, I'm indigenous to the Middle East and I'm going to kill everybody here in the Middle East who's been here for generations. That's what's happening. All right, more. Tehran is under massive strikes, reportedly by B-2 bombers. Watch with audio. It is horrific. So this right here, man, look, I'm going to just tell you again in advance, if you're queasy, don't watch it, because the number of people who are being vaporized underneath these bombs as they drop is astounding. It's disturbing. But look at this. Oh. By the way, I don't know why this guy's laughing. I assume it's some sort of trauma response. It happens, I'm sure, in some percentage of people that you do something inappropriate like laugh. It's still disturbing either way. But guys, look at the power of these weapons. I have to say, I genuinely don't know how any politician can look at this and not immediately be screaming from the top of their lungs for impeachment or the 25th Amendment. Like, the people doing this are not fucking well mentally. They're not well mentally. This is literally Nazi shit. This is Fourth Reich shit. What they're doing here is beyond grotesque. It is the crime of all crimes. They know there's innocent men, women, and children underneath those bombs. They don't care. Guys, we need to impeach. We need to get this guy out of office. This is totally, totally insane. We should have never let it come this far, ever. You got to go, all systems go. You got to get him out of there. I mean, look at what's happening to this world right in front of us. We're looking at the creation of the Fourth Reich. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at the axis of Epstein, doing genocides, casually, willy-nilly. And the whole time, fucking can't even explain themselves as to what exactly they're doing. God, bro. Oh my God. They weren't kidding when they said Tehran looks absolutely apocalyptic right now. All right, here's another one. More horrifying news out of Tehran as U.S.-Israeli strikes massacre 20 people at a cafe in Nulafar Square. Says an eyewitness, quote, one of my friends was severed in half. I put him back together and placed him where he was. A piece of his brain was thrown here on the floor. This is what our government is doing with our money in our name. This is what they're doing. Meanwhile, they're kicking 18 million people off healthcare here. We have fucking crumbling roads and bridges here. Our country is struggling. Our economy is basically all gambling and OnlyFans and AI speculation. But no, sorry, we're going to take all the tax money and blow up more innocent people in Iran. So we also have this. This is kind of crazy. Bahrain is on fire. Shia majority rioting against the ruling regime. Again, did the administration ever consider the instability risk to U.S. allies with Shia populations? It doesn't seem that they did. So Bahrain has our military bases. They're an ally of ours. Of course, Iran bombed those bases to a crisp. Now they're barbecued. It's over. They're done. Okay. Most of our bases in the Middle East are totally gonzo now because Iran already wiped them out in the first 4 days, mind you. But Bahrain, the population was majority Shia. I think it still is, but not as much as it used to be. But there's many Shia in Bahrain. There's a ruling minority Sunni government. Okay. They oppressed the Shias. Well, now there's an uprising because the Shia population is going, we don't want you siding with the fucking Americans and the Israelis. We don't want you siding with the axis of Epstein. We want you siding with Iran. So then, now, there's fucking riots as a result of that. Watch this. Look at this. People throwing Molotov cocktails at, Bahrain police, it appears like. We'll talk about this in a second as well, but now you need Saudi Arabia is panicking and also entering the chat here. But this, and by the way, again, none of this was considered by the regime leading into this horrific decision to attack. None of it was considered whatsoever. Because they don't plan. They don't think about shit like this. But again, if ultimately the goal is death and destruction and a failed state in Iran anyway, like the point was to light the Middle East on fire. The point. But Donald Trump was so fucking stupid. He probably thought, this will go easy, just like Venezuela was, and I think I'll get a bump in my approval rating. Motherfucker, you're 38%. Now you're about to be a motherfucking 20-something%. Okay? So here's one video. Here's another one here. Again, all part of riots. Looks like throwing Molotov cocktails and rocks at the police in Bahrain. This is crazy. Just in, a submarine just attacked an Iranian ship off Sri Lanka's coast. 101 people missing, 78 injured. Sri Lanka, the Indian Ocean. This war just left the Middle East. China and Russia are already providing Iran satellite intelligence. U.S. bases destroyed. India now hosting American fallback ports. And now a submarine strike in Asian waters. This isn't a regional conflict anymore. This is a world war in slow motion. My only disagreement here is it's not in slow motion. This shit is in motherfucking fast motion. We're speed running a world war here. So look at this. By the way, I should point out, this Iranian ship was not in combat. I repeat, they were not in combat, and it was blown up. And by the way, Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreath, went on to brag about that shit later in the day. That's what he did. Okay. As many predicted, Saudi ground forces have entered Bahrain to crush the uprising, as they did during the 2011 Bahrain uprising. So now you have the Saudis are having to scramble to try to protect their Gulf Arab neighbors from the Shia uprising that's currently happening. This is what we mean when we say this has completely and utterly spiraled out of control. You can see the Saudi forces entering here. I should also point out the Gulf Arab states are furious with the U.S. because they say, hey, you abandon us to just protect Israel. Like, you abandoned us completely to just protect Israel. To which I respond to the Gulf Arab states, again, you didn't fucking know that you were going to be screwed. Everybody gets screwed by the West. Everybody does. Like, it's just astonishing. It fell for it again award times a fucking million. Of course you're going to get screwed by the West. All right. But again, I have more. Iranian human rights group says 1,097 Iranian civilians have been reported killed since Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 4 fucking days. 1,000 people in 4 days. So they say that at least 104 attacks happened, 85 incidents across 19 provinces in the past 24 hours of the Jeffrey Epstein war, resulting in 31 total casualties, civilian and military, since the conflict began. 1,097 civilians have been reported killed, including 181 children. We have our first number, official number for children dead from a human rights group, and they say 181 children are already dead. The Washington Post says, Iran has notified UNESCO that U.S.-Israeli strikes have damaged 2 historical sites, Tehran's Grand Bazaar and Golistan Palace, a complex in the Iranian capital known as the Versailles of Persia. Okay? This place is fucking beautiful. This place is gorgeous. This place is historical. Okay? And what are they doing? They're attacking it. Why? Because you need to understand this. The Israelis function exactly like ISIS and exactly like the Nazis. They want to destroy history and rewrite it in their image. That's what they want to do. They are absolute fanatics. They are fundamentalist freaks. They are Zionist Jewish supremacists is what they are. That's what they are. And so this is on purpose. They did this in Gaza too. They did the same thing in fucking Gaza. This is what they do. And we have this thing in the US where people refuse to acknowledge the true nature of the Zionists. They refuse to acknowledge what this regime really is. In the same way Trump's trying to create the tech native America and expand America, they're trying to create a greater Israel and expand. You put those two things together, it is the Fourth Reich. The axis of Epstein is trying to create the Fourth Reich. Okay, more. Breaking, per a source close to SEO. Donald Trump insisted the Iran war be named Operation Epic Fury so that when people searched Trump EP in search engines, autocorrect would suggest Trump Epic Fury instead of Trump Epstein. That story is totally fucking spot on. I believe that to my core. That is exactly like something Trump would do. But as I said, this shit is not going to work. Everybody's calling this the Jeffrey Epstein war or Operation Epstein Fury. Nobody's even referring to it as Operation Epic Fury. Okay, nobody's doing that. And like I said, now we got the new term that I came up with last night of Israel and the U.S. together. That's the axis of Epstein. Everybody's going to be calling it that. It's over for you guys. We see through you. We know exactly what you are. And you'll be lucky if this ends with you in prison. You'll be lucky if it ends with you in prison. All right, huge news. Mojtaba Hosseini Khamenei, an Iranian politician, cleric, and eldest son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been elected the next supreme leader of Iran under pressure from Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, according to Iran International. So Donald Trump and Netanyahu replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei. But by the way, it gets worse. You ready for this? Because this guy is more hardline and more conservative than his dad. In other words, exactly what every single person who's against this war told you would happen is what's happening. I said it was either going to be replace the Ayatollah with somebody who's more hardline, or it's just Iran's going to be a failed state. There's going to be balkanization and a civil war. It looks like we're on track for both of those things to happen. Okay, we already are one for sure, where Ayatollah Khamenei replaces Ayatollah Khamenei and he's more hardline. I mean, this is what we're looking at here. It's just incredible. And when you ask them, hey, what's going on here? Like, what was your thinking? What was your process? What was the plan? Their reaction from the Trump regime is, plan? What are you talking about, plan? All right, this is crazy too. And it shows you how arrogant the West is. To understand the significance of Khomeini's assassination and why it's such a catastrophic blunder for the U.S., consider this. Iran has never had a martyred supreme leader. Khomeini died of a heart attack. For the leader of the Islamic Republic to be martyred by the great Satan, Israel, is 1,000% on brand. Furthermore, Khomeini was killed in Ramadan, the same month as Ali, the first imam of Shi'ism. He was also killed with his family, which Shia view as parallel to the martyrdom of Hussein and his family in Karbala. This takes Khomeini and the legitimacy of the Islamic Republic to record levels in the eyes of the Shia globally, and increasingly Sunnis. Trump made this incredible blunder because he obeyed Netanyahu and adopted the Israeli strategy of kill everyone and everything. So in other words, they now legitimized this regime more than anything else ever could have. Because now it looks like Khomeini was like part of Shia prophecy coming true. Like, you fucking jackasses. Oh my God, it's just so incredible how pathetic they are. This is from the Financial Times. EU urges Ukraine to allow access to pipeline carrying Russian oil. Congratulations, axis of Epstein. This is what you got now. All that work that was put in trying to isolate and alienate Russia and try to cut the world off from their economy with the sanctions and everything. And in one fell swoop, the EU's going, we need Russian oil. Please bring back the Russian oil. That's where we are now. This is how fucking stupid all that shit was. All right, this is terrifying. So the Israeli military issued an evacuation warning for Tehran residents. Tehran is fucking giant. Tehran's metro area has a population of 14 to 16 million people. Evacuate to where exactly? Calling it an evacuation warning while Israel bombs another civilian population is pure theater. So understand, again, this is exactly what they did to Gaza. Move from this place to that place because that place is the safe zone. Then they bomb you on the walk and they bomb you at the safe zone on top of bombing the original place. Okay, this is what they do. It's all like safety theater to pretend like, see, we're caring for the civilians. We said to evacuate and then we murdered them anyway. But look what they're doing here. Even if everybody listened, even if 14 to 16 million people listen, that's not a feasible thing. You can't just evacuate a city of 14 to 16 million people. All right, ready? Many Palestinians in Gaza were killed by the IDF while following Israel's evacuation orders. Many Palestinians died when Israel bombed the humanitarian safe zones Israel directed them to move to. And then you have plenty of examples here. Video captures Israeli strike on humanitarian zone in Gaza. They followed evacuation orders and Israeli strike killed them the next day. And Israel told Palestinians to evacuate to southern Gaza and stepped up attacks there. So this is what they do. They are the most loathsome, dishonest, vile regime in existence. New, Israel has launched a ground invasion of Lebanon, marking a major escalation of the war in the Middle East. So understand that Israel has been bombing Lebanon whenever the hell they want, even though there's supposedly a fake ceasefire that's in effect. So that was already the case. But Hezbollah decided, after the Axis of Epstein attacked Iran, Hezbollah decided we're going to enter the chat and start attacking Israel, right? Then Israel does the crybaby thing, oh, they violated the ceasefire that us little angels were perfectly abiding by. But then Israel goes, now we're going to invade southern Lebanon and steal it. And that's exactly what we're looking at here. They're doing a ground invasion of Lebanon, and they're trying to steal southern Lebanon. It's happening right in front of our eyes. This is what they do. The Greater Israel Plan is in full effect. As I warned you, and many other warned you, it's unfolding right in front of our eyes. Brian Krasenstein says, major breaking. Iran appears to have struck the port of Fujairah in the UAE, which allows vessels to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Gasoline prices where he lives in Fort Myers were up nearly 35 cents yesterday. Oil up 7% this morning. I wouldn't be surprised to see $4 gas by next week. Holy shnikes. The Iran's IRGC general, Sardar Ibrahim Jabari, again says they have closed the Strait of Hormuz and that oil prices will soar to $200 a barrel. That would mean $7 per gallon gasoline on average in the U.S. Quote, we have closed the Strait of Hormuz. For now, oil prices are above $80 and will soon reach $200. Guys, understand, if we get to this level, that's a catastrophe. If we get to this level, you're talking about 1970 style Jimmy Carter level shit where like you got to ration the gas. They say, hey, if your license plate ends in an even number, you can only get gases these 3 days of the week. If it ends in an odd number, you can get it these other days of the week. That's where we're headed. This is where we're headed. Americans are not used to feeling any semblance of pain like this. Our pain tolerance is low. We are soft as Charmin, bro. That's what we are in this country. You give us just a tiny amount of pain. And we are going to cry uncle so motherfucking fast, it'll make your head spin. We're going to cry uncle so hard, Uncle Phil from The Fresh Prince is going to walk in the room, okay? I'm telling you, and that's where we're headed. That's where we're headed. Over 10 oil tankers have been hit after ignoring Iran's warning that the Strait of Hormuz is now a war zone. So they're making good on their promise. By the way, Trump has said, oh, it's okay. We'll have U.S. soldiers escort you through there. Well, guess what? U.S. radar was blown up. So now, with our radar blown up, we're going in there blind. If somebody launches a missile, those U.S. soldiers are dying. And it literally appears like they're just going to sacrifice those soldiers for Jeffrey Epstein. They're going to sacrifice those soldiers for the Axis of Epstein. That's what's happening here. All right, here we go. The fertilizer and therefore agriculture markets are heavily affected by the Strait of Hormuz. Share of global flows of fertilizer components. 44% of sulfur go through there, 31% of urea, 18% of ammonia, 15% of phosphates. Major commodity and agriculture shocks ahead. So like I said, this is not limited to oil and gas price shocks. It's not limited to that. It goes well beyond that. This will have reverberations through the entire world economy. We have the world's biggest idiots trying to manage this thing. Iranian drone hit the U.S. consulate in Dubai. Look at this video. Wow. Insane. By the way, our interceptors cost like $1 million a piece. Their drones, they're like kamikaze assassination drones, cost only like about 50,000 a piece. And so we need to fire multiple interceptors to get like one of their drones. And so like this is way more cost effective for them. Like it's kind of crazy to think about, but Iran has, in some ways, they genuinely have like a better plan than we do and a more cost-effective strategy that lasts longer than ours does. It's kind of astonishing how stupid the U.S. military looks in retrospect, looking back at all this and how it's unfolding. All right, now you're going to want to bang your head against the wall, potentially even lobotomize yourself after you hear this. But Netanyahu was on Fox News and he actually said the following words.
It's like a truck, it's like a bus full of TNT, comes in at Mach 8 and slams right into a synagogue, okay? And right around there, 9 people murdered. So here's the difference between us. These mass murderers in Tehran, they target civilians. We in Israel and America target the mass terrorists. That's a nutshell of the difference. And we have to protect our world against these people.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, do I even have to say words to respond to this? Or is it just the fact that he uttered those words? Is it like did he just rip a hole in space-time by saying that? Did he just make it so that, again, it's insane for this man who's basically Satan. He's basically the new Hitler. For him to come out and be like, ha, can you imagine? They kill civilians, bro. Oh, do they? Is that what they do? Hey, I have a question. Who's the one who changed the global order and changed the international law structure and basically made it nothing to murder civilians? Which country opened up the door to say, hey, that's just how it is. That's just war. War is hell. This is what we do. Like, my brother, you just the day before, you said this. You killed about 180 elementary school girls while they were at school. About 180 of them, age 7 to 12. Guys, we'll talk about this in a little bit. They already have bombed 9 hospitals in Tehran. Already they've bombed 9 hospitals.
That's funny. I'm back. Looks like Danny is pretending to be drunk again. That's the first thing he showed up with. He said, oh, I'm sorry about last night. I was drunk. And I'm like, damn, bro. Like, we wouldn't know the difference. You know what I mean? Like, that's on you, dude. What I cool is like, or maybe he really is drunk again. Drunker than last time. It's like, you went back and did your same fucking shit again. Danny faking to be drunk. Yeah, like, I mean, are you, oh my God, this is so weird. No, faking to be everybody. Danny Medina, BBC. Then he says, BBC is because I work there. Fuck no, because you're like black, big black, you know what I'm saying? Big black cuck? Is that what you mean? Cuck? C-U-K? C-U-C-U-C-K? Is that? This is crazy, dude. Let's see. Yeah, what a hypocrite, man. That guy is in the suit in the video is a freaking hypocrite and delusional. Yeah, I mean, like you got to take for what it's worth, bro. Like they at least provide some information and shit. I don't really necessarily block everybody out on there. If they're making sense, I'm going to try to listen to what they're talking about. Actually, no, I did not mean to share these with you guys. I will share this with y'all because it's part of the list. We got a little bit of time, and I think this one's important because, quite frankly, when you look at let's say, for example, the class that we have tomorrow, we're going to pinpoint some of these people here. And I went through this before. Some of you guys that are new to this channel don't realize I got a lot of videos, man. Lots of videos. And a lot of videos that you might have not seen or caught that were ignored or just kind of like, kind of passed on as more videos came out. But this right here, we're going to get into Edom, the Caucasoids, Cracker Barrels. Let's continue. Let's continue with the topic here. We're not done. We got a couple hours and then we out. It's 7:36, still early for me. Hey, I got a good topic today. We're going to use several examples on who these people are. There's a lot of chaos going on right now, fam. And sometimes I think about doing a vid on something like that, and it's just like, there's so much information, man. So, subconsciously I notice things and I just kind of put notes, keep notes of what I'm seeing. And then eventually, like, after all the junk that I could talk about, because in reality, I read something earlier this week that said if you, it takes a fool for many to watch. If you guys know what that means. There's a lot of channels out there, bro, that, they just get on and they don't teach shit. They don't share they don't show. I mean, there's absolutely nothing that you can learn from. But they seem to have a lot of people watching them. So, I appreciate that I do these things different, man. I'm glad I see by my bro, I tried to send you. Speaking of which, let's get to the topic. Let's get on it, man. I played like 15 minutes of music. Sometimes I kind of want to get started, but I don't know, bro. Like sometimes I need that music going on. So we're gonna start with this. Well, actually, we're not gonna start with this book, but we're gonna read this after the video that I'm gonna show you. Real quick video. Want to remind you about the spirit of certain people and why things are the way they are and what is going to occur. Like seriously, now that we can, I guess, like for example, these people like to identify people, right? They did a plethora of documents about supposedly who we are or were, right? And they love teaching the Bible, but they never want to talk about who they are in that book. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you who they are with several books. And then you decide if I'm right or wrong. I don't think I am. And after this class, I think you guys should fucking take real good notes and write down these books that I'm going to share with you. And, you know, maybe you guys want to gun the links. I'll give them to you. But we're going to identify who Edom and Esau is. Or Idumea, who it belongs to, what people come from them. And they are actually showing us themselves today. So without further ado, let's begin with this real quick.
It's not coming up. You know what you need? You need a Holy Ghost.
I think that's important to look at, family, because it reminds us the type of spirit that we're going to read about. Now, this is a book called A New History of the Holy Bible from the Beginning of the World to the Establishment of Christianity. Yada, yada, yada. Volume 2, Dublin. Don't know what year that is, but I know it's in 18, I think. Okay. Or maybe 1900. I want to pay close attention to a section here. So it's basically given a perspective of the Bible, okay? Or their perspective. So let's just kind of say it like that. I found something in here so interesting that I thought it would be perfect to go along with this class. So here we see on page 132, when I get there, okay, we're going to start, so here we're talking about Esau, okay? Esau was now become so sensible, yada, 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 okay? So it's at page 131, starts talking about Esau, Jacob, you know, this particular thing. So now, here's where it gets like a perspective from someone else. Almost as if Esau, yeah, he knows who he is. Almost as if Esau was not at fault, that the bad man in this particular situation was Jacob. Okay, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to read like a paragraph or two, because I just think that it really tells us exactly, based on their current worshiping style, effect towards this deity that they dress up to be as someone else. I can see now why. They even say it in their movies. And this past week and a half with that situation, that dude getting shot, they said something that caught my ear. And I'm going to show you. But let's begin. Page 132, it says, 132, that's right. The objection, okay, of the promises that God made, excuse me, unto the patriarchs. All right? So Jacob and Esau.
none is so frequently repeated as that of the plenteous issue. And yet, if we look at the history, we shall find that no men's wives were so frequently barren as theirs. Sarah had surpassed the ordinary terms of conception about 30 years. Rebecca had been married almost 20. Rachel full as long before any of them had a child. And yet God all along promised their husbands an innumerable offspring, which, can hardly be accounted for, unless we suppose that barrenness and fruitfulness are compatible, and that too close up the wife's womb is readiness, way to make man seek like the stars of heaven for the multitude. So here he's basically saying, supposedly he was promised sand of the sea, whatever, all this and that. But it's like the mother barren, kids couldn't, they really didn't have women that had a lot of seeds. All right, that's what he's saying. So now check this out. But after all these large promises, Isaac, we read, had 2 sons. And yet, what is more surprising is the divine conduct. You see, and yet, what is more surprising is the divine conduct. The younger of these was not only preferred before the elder, quite contrary to the established right of primogeniture, meaning firstborn. Like if you're the firstborn, you have the right. It says, but as the scriptures express it, God loved Jacob and hated Esau, even when the children being yet unborn had neither done good nor evil, which is a manifest instance of God's partiality and no small argument for the doctrine of predestination. So he's not arguing about that. Let me continue. And yet, if we could inquire into the character of this child of promise, so in a sense, if you could interpret how it's expressed as today, because remember, this is an older book, like quote unquote child of promise, almost like in a fucking sarcastic way. Like, you're a child of promise, Like, yeah, really. As he is called, we shall find that his behavior did hardly deserve so particular favor. Now, again, this is where it gets real interesting to me because of who wrote this shit, right? It's not like, wait a minute, hold on, the child of promise, supposedly he should have a great behavior, but we see it as hardly that of great behavior. We shall find that his behavior did hardly deserve so particular favor, a favor. For what apology can we make for his taking the advantage of his brother's hunger? Keep in mind, family, that's the Edomite perspective. Now, they're trying to say, oh, well, that's not fair for Esau, because they know they're Esau. They know they're Esau, okay? Like, that's without a doubt. And if he says, oh, it's all about the birthright of the first child. Birthright of first child. Okay, let's remind ourselves that in Genesis 4:1, it says Adam knew Eve, his wife, meaning they had sex. And she conceived and bare Cain, firstborn, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of the sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. Now, we know the story, right? Cain killed Abel. Here we see that Cain was the firstborn. Abel was the second. So what are we seeing that technically gave us an example that the firstborn will not always have the first right? See, that's why Edom doesn't know that they only argue and, make some valid points if you don't understand the entire point of the book, of your book. And then overreaching him in the matter of his birthright. It's talking about the pottage, the pottage that Esau wanted. And Jacob said, because, he was out there hunting and shit and doing all that. And the story is, and if you read the book, I don't want to go. As a matter of fact, if someone can get that for me, I'll read it quickly. I just don't have that specific verse in my notes. I totally skipped to write it down. But if you guys can get it for me, I'll read it, right? But let me continue. And hence overreaching him in the matter of his birthright. So, it's situations where, the pottage is there
The guy's so tired. He's like, nah, man, I'm freaking hungry, bro. Give me your soup. Give me your soup. Jacob's like, if you sell me your birthright, you know what I mean? And the dude is like, sure, I'm hungry. I don't give a shit about that thing. So when you read it in its context, Esau didn't give a shit. Like, he didn't care for his birthright, because if he knew how much that value was, would he have given it up for one meal, family? One meal? So anyways, let's continue. So here he's basically saying the trickery. Mr. So-called child of promise, his behavior didn't show it. There is something so inhumane, check this out, in denying an hungry person a little visual. So we see this book here, it's starting to defend Esau. Like, pobrecito que se lo hicieron pendejo, güey. O sea, no quería vender su primer derecho. Es que Jacob abusó de su desesperación como humano para comer. Come on, bro.
Gotcha, bitch.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. But let's continue. Something so crafty and designing and bringing an eager appetite under the obligation of an oath, that Jacob seems to have acted the mere sharper in this whole affair. Nor can Esau supine negligence in giving up the privilege. You see this? Sharper in this, obligation of the oath, that Jacob seems to have acted some more sharper in this whole affair. Nor can Esau's supine negligence in giving up the privilege be reputed near so culpable as the other covetous, unlawful method of obtaining it. You see this unlawful method. So if let's play devil's advocate here, so to speak. If I'm Esau, right? Or who would better be the defender to give this perspective other than this man's seed? Because only if you see that perspective, you would actually not only write about it, you would execute on that and act on that in everything that you do. And constantly remind people of your so-called promise. And if we cannot excuse him in this, what shall we say for his fraudulent practice in intercepting his father's blessing? So now he's going into the whole trickery, supposedly, because the mom told Jacob, hey, dress like this. You know, your father's going to try to give him the promise, but Esau's a demon, so I don't want that. Check this out. In avering himself to be the person he was not, in telling a multitude of positive lies, in listening to the instigation of a crafty woman, his mother, in imposing upon the blindness and infirmity of his aged father. So he's like saying he lied to him. He listened to lies like every woman lies. He lied even more. He acted like someone else. He stole somebody's blessing. You see what we're looking at? You see what we're reading? Yo, it's true. It was never stolen. Isaiah.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Right. It was never stolen. First of all, it's kind of like, this situation here is like Cain and Abel. Not exactly the same type of act, but it's almost with the same intentions, or matter, or interest, or even fucking caring for it. So Cain and Abel, right? The offering, Abel offered because he fucking cared to do it the way it was supposed to do. It mattered to him. The little things mattered to him. So he went upon and listened and applied that. Cain said, it don't matter to me. Look, the moment he said, I'm just going to do it my way, then you don't care about the fucking birthright or what is given to you. Here, the same matter is. Even if Jacob would have said, hey, man, show me your birthright. Hell no, I ain't that fucking hungry, bro. I know exactly what that means. Man, curse be to you, bro, if you feed your brother and he's starving. But he didn't do that. He said, I don't care about that birthright. The hell with it. Now, in regards to this particular position regarding the crafty woman, we know how Esau feels about women. We see it. We see it. They don't even want them to vote. Let's put it that way. Even their own kind. His mother. So if the creator has control of everything, especially at that time, why would he then allow her to do that? Christmas Christians, CKs, like your boy. Christmas Christian CKs, like your boy. Explain that to me. Why would God allow it to happen? Anyways, let's continue. It's in imposing upon the blindness and infirmity of his aged father and making even God himself a party to the in making even God himself a party to the fraud. Like, what do you mean? So, like, God, are you saying this kid here has more power than God himself? For so he confidently tells his father, the Lord thy God had brought the Venetian to me. And if we cannot acquit the son who acted only in subordination, what shall we say for the mother herself, who was the prime author of or controver of the whole plot? Obviously, Esau never gave a fuck in the first place. He was willing to give it up. Yep, for a morsel of pottage, like for a morsel of meat, meaning a bowl of pottage. Like, it didn't matter to him at all. It was all what? Just because he was hungry? Well, you think you couldn't? Were you starving for years? No, bro. You went out there and you were just hungry. And you didn't, I don't know, I guess you didn't want to cook and wait. And you just said, yeah, shit, I don't care. It don't matter to me. It don't matter to me. Like, it don't matter to me. So now that don't matter became covetousness, which is what they have. Now that don't matter becomes covetous, which you see that in a lot of children. A lot of children that act like I don't matter to me, then they become covetous of what they gave up so easily because they didn't realize that it did matter. Or didn't put a thought to it. And all of a sudden, they go and blame everybody else for their own demise. Let's continue with this real quick. Here it says, constant conservation in the whole similitude, features, and temperate manner may be also allowed to engage a mother's affection more towards one child than another. But certainly that parent is justly to be censored. Who trains up her child in the least wickedness for the acquisition even of the greatest good? And that child is liable to the divine malediction, who deceiveth his neighbor, much more his father, and maketh the blind go out of his way. So here they're using scripture to prove what gets a point. So as we can see, Esau's not happy. If you read and continue this whole page, right? This whole couple pages. I said I was going to read just a paragraph or two. Because at least we get to see that now they are saying the objection. That's why words matter. Objection. So, let me show you something real quick here. I thought this was interesting. I had done a class on this.
Lastly.
Okay. So check this out. Somebody this is AI, right? So that's not what he looked like. He was in a suit and shit, but they AI'd this and put them as Vikings. The reason I'm showing you this is because of what he says. Okay, we're talking about Edom, Esau. All right? Listen to this.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla. Lastly.
So, you know, me personally, man, I don't know. I know this shit. And I always try to put the puzzle together as what exactly am I looking at? So here we see this FBI director. I've never heard anybody say that like at this political level, man. You know what I'm saying? But he said, see you in Valhalla. Now, this is from a movie called The 13th Warrior. I've shared, and see the reason why I kind of, like I'm trying to share different angles and because eventually they all come together. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go back into my feed from 2 years ago, I talked about this shit. 2.5 years ago, I talked about similar stuff. A year and a half ago, I talked about similar stuff, different angles, all coming together. When you're watching the show, it's just like, wow, the pieces of the puzzle te empiezan a enseñar lo que estás viendo claro, right? So listen to this real quick. Just like the other guy said, Valhalla. This is at the end of the movie. And it's not necessarily the movie scenes, they just change them, but let me kind of go to this point right here, okay? Here it goes. About to have a war at the end in the movie The 13th Warrior. They're about to have a war with those that they call the Verm, or the worm, right? The Verm of fire. But they're people that live in the mountain. It's a good movie. So at the end, he's getting ready to war with them because he's about to die. He had a war with with their queen, and she like injected him with poison and shit. He knows that he's about to die. They told him, sit back, we'll fight. But he's like, nah, man, I'm going to fight because of this.
Lo, there do I see my father. Lo, there do I see my mother and my sisters and my brothers. Lo, there do I see the line of my people.
Okay, so here, as you can see, they're getting ready for war. They're getting ready for war. And they're saying that, you know, lo, I see my brother, my sister, my brother, the line of my people, blah, 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 who are where? Listen to this.
Back to the beginning.
Lo, they do call to me. They bid me take my place among them.
In the halls of Valhalla. In the halls of Valhalla. In the halls of Valhalla.
Halls of Valhalla. Valhalla. Okay, same thing that he said here. Wait, hold on.
And I'll see you in Valhalla.
And I'll see you in Valhalla. So, again, you know, I read a lot. I look at things a lot. You know, I take notes a lot. Mental notes too, but most of the time I put my notes in, you know, particular app. And my timeline, I'll look for things and it puts me back and forth, different dates. But now we're here again. Valhalla. Valhalla. And you can't just ignore that. You see, there is this movie, and again, you know, I like movies. I watch them because I know they're entertainment. This one is called Valhalla Rising. And I want you to pay attention. It's not the movie, it's like a trailer type to what he looks like, all right?
driven by hate. It's how he survives. Why he never loses. Now you've got your freedom. What do you plan to do with it? I could use a good fighter like you. We're God's own soldiers, warrior. Heading for Jerusalem. To reconquer the Holy Land.
See that? So this movie called Valhalla Rising is saying they're going back to conquer what belonged to them, the promise. Now, why do I go back into this picture here? Because this picture here, this face right here, is, I mean, let me just get, when you start seeing the pieces connect, it's like, holy shit, man, it's fucking crazy. So here we see behindthename.com, and I looked up the word Odin. So Odin, anglicized form of Old North, Odin or Odin with the NN, which was derived from Or, meaning frenzied, furious, inspired. It ultimately developed to Proto-Germanic Wudanaz. Remember that? Wooden, stuff like that. The name appears as Woodan in Anglo-Saxon sources. So the reason I'm sharing this person's name, okay, it's an Anglo-Saxon individual story, some type of, lineage, several royal lineages in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. And in the forms such as Wotan, or Wooden in continental Europe, though it is best known from North sources. North mythology. It belongs to them. So, see? You know what I'm saying? You see that right there? Look, I'm telling you. They know who this guy is. So here's the interesting part. Here, depiction of Odin from 8th century Icelandic manuscript. And what the fuck does Odin look like? Odin has one eye. Okay? So now that I read to you a little bit about who Odin is, let's look at Odin in the one-eye Odin. Odin's quest, this is from north-mythology.org. Why Odin is one-eyed. One-eyed? One-eyed. One-eyed? One-eyed. Valhalla and Odin have a relationship, and I'm going to show you that relationship. Because we now see that Odin is quest for wisdom is never ending, and he is willing to pay any price, it seems, for the understanding of life's mysteries. Raising Valhalla. Odin. In this mythology, I believe, from what I'm watching and read, this is, in a sense, Odin in a storyline. Valhalla is the throne, so to speak. The heavens. They say supposedly where their warriors go, but it's, I think, more of like power. This is, a sense, Odin.
By hate. That's how he survives. Why he never loses. Now you've got your freedom. What do you plan to do with it? I could use a good fighter like you. We're God's own soldiers, warrior, heading for Jerusalem to reconquer the Holy Land.
It's constant. Now, this is where it even gets more interesting, okay? Because in case you guys don't know, this whole mythology, these Avenger movies and all that shit, and that is kind of related to this particular thing too. Thor had one eye. Yes, the character Thor loses an eye in Marvel Cinematic Universe films. See? And in this movie, Thor and Valhalla, is that correct, I think? See, Thor, the North god of thunder, is associated with Valhalla.
Where are you?
What I'm trying to show you is step-by-step connections as to who these people are. So it won't be a surprise to you as to why they take certain actions. On other occasions, we venture to Mimir's well, which is surely none other than the well of Erd. We see here again, when Odin arrived, he asked Mimir for a drink, yada, yada, yada. Odin is constantly being mentioned here, and again, this is an individual or an entity or some type of, just what for now we'll say it that way, from the north, from these people here, from who we call Caucasians. This is their history. This is their so-called royal lineage. The fact that Odin specifically sacrificed an eye is surely significant. In all ages, the eye has been seen as a poetic symbol for the perception in general. We do see one eye on their dollar. Consider the astonishing numbers of expressions, both in every usage and in the work of the great chronicle poets that use visions as a metaphor for perceiving and understanding something. Given that Odin's eye was sacrificed in order to obtain an enhanced perception, it seems highly likely that his pledge of an eye symbolizes trading one method of perception for another. So now, before, excuse me, God, man, I keep doing that. I'm sorry, family. Before we lose track of all of this, let's now look at Valhalla. Valhalla, North mythology again. See you in Valhalla. Valhalla or North is the hall where the god Odin houses the dead whom he deems worthy of dwelling with him. So now we see Valhalla is against the house of Odin. So who is this Odin? According to the Old North poem, the Song of the Hooded One, the roof of the gold bright Valhalla is made of shields and has spears for its rafters. Here we see the dead who reside in Valhalla, the Einherjar, live a life that would have been the envy of any Viking warrior. All day long, they fight one another, doing countless valorous deeds along the way. But every evening, all their wounds are healed and they are restored to full health. They surely work up quite an appetite from all those battles, and their dinners don't disappoint. Their meat comes from the boar. Oh, this is crazy. Some that unknown, meaning unknown, who comes back to life every time he is slaughtered and butchered. For they have
mead that comes from the udder of the goat, hedrum, whose meaning is unknown. They thereby enjoy endless supply of their exceptionally fine food and drink. They are waited on by beautiful Valkyries. Interesting. Right? It should be. Now check this out. The only Norse source that provides a direct statement about how people gain entrance to Valhalla is Proso Edda of Snorri Sturluson, a 13th century Icelandic scholar. Snorri wrote many generations after Norse paganism had given way to Christianity and ceased to be a living tradition. You see this? Damn, man. My throat started hurting on the door. Pinches diablos, güey. No quieren que hable de esto. According to Snorri, those who die in a battle are taken to Valhalla, while those who die of sickness or old age find themselves in hell, the underworld. So hold on. Fuck. Now, here's where it gets even more interesting. You see, Valhalla or North has something to do with that word Asgard, which is also in Marvel. Ain't that a thing? Now, let me skip down. You know, in Valhalla, this and that. Well, they're basically where here. Furthermore, the very name Valhall, the Hall of the Fallen, clearly seems related to the name Valhalla, the Rock of the Fallen, a title given to certain rocks and hills where the dead were thought to dwell in the southern Sweden, one of the greatest historical centers of the worship of Odin. Oh shit! So here we see, and they give us references, that Odin was worshipped. So he's more than just a person, he's a deity. He is a god to them, right? The Viking spirit, Odin. I find that very interesting. This is from a link called mythopedia.com. Check this out. Mentions black magic, the posse of skulls. Here, so I don't lose you, we see Thor. All right? But then we start seeing this. Odin. Now, here's another interesting part. And Loki. That's in Marvel. So that's in the Marvel movies. So these Marvel movies are telling you things about certain people. Look, in this page here, it shows up 88 times the name Odin. And at evening, when it was time for drinking, Odin had swords brought into the hall so bright that light radiated from them. Let's go to the next Odin. He began the story at a point where the three of the Aesir's, Odin and Loki and Or, departed from the home. Next section. It is so sad that Odin did this by way of atonement. Odin departed from the home. Look, listen, I'm not going to read everything about what Odin is being, how Odin is being mentioned. But what I'm trying to show you is that this character, Odin, is not just a fucking fairy tale. Okay? This is somebody they worshipped. It's not just like, here, let me show you something. see if this one. Hold on a second. The hell? Let's see some. They got Valhalla. Augustus Caesar. Why is gold called one of the Odin's sons? So we here just Danish stories here, northern lands. So we're seeing a lot of northerners involved with this character named Odin. Let me show you something real quick. Brother had pointed this book out to me. It's called The Saturn Myth, an interpretation of rites and symbols illuminating some of the dark corners of premortal society. So here's talking about how they worship Saturn. Basically, when you see people talk about, or hear people talk about worshiping the sun, they're really worshiping Saturn. No, what I find interesting in this fucking thing is how Odin is in here. Check this out. So it's mentioning about how certain people worship certain things, right? It says here, Northern Europe, during the Peace of Frodi, a mythical Danish king, no man injured another, and a magical mill ground out peace and plenty for the entire land. Frodi is a North god Frey. Now, here's the interesting part. When you see those movie, what's his name, Frodi, right? The Lord of the Rings. Now you see all these North mythology stories and shit. Frodi is a North god Frey, founder of the temples and religious rites, the generous Lord under whom peace and fruitlessness abound. Both the Lord of the Swedes and God of the world. Now, keep in mind that you identify people based on their worshiping and who they worship. So these Swedish, Germans, British, all those Caucasians, those blonde, blue-eyed, proud people, like Germanic type, you know what I'm saying? The ones that, you know what I mean? We have them here. They believe they're from the North. This is your people. So you shouldn't be offended. In the footsteps of the Scandinavian Odin, the creator, well-being, peace, and good seasons followed. The legends style him the first king. Odin, the inventor of arts and the source of human wisdom. But the age of Frey dissolved in flames, just as Odin and his prosperous kingdom crashing down. Let's see if we can find another Odin. Reboding. Further down, we have here the god Tammuz sits within the tombs of Tiamat, the mother of the hollow, mother womb, is the epithet of the Sumerian goddess Gula, while Ishtar means womb. Hindu sources describe the Great Mother as the Yoni or womb, the Great Father as he developed in his mother's womb. Now, in the bottom part says, similar, the North Odin is the dweller of Frigg's bosom. Sounds like the dweller of Frigg's bosom. In Orphic doctrine, the receptacle housing the Great Father is in Orphic doctrine, the receptacle housing the Great Father is the goddess Vesta. The Gnostic remembered the old god as the Ancient of Days who dealt in the babes within the womb. Shelter maid, heaven maid, or so-called Queen of Heaven. Now, here's where it gets real interesting. What the hell this is right there. If you look at this information, It's, hold on, is it this one? Give me a second. I don't think I got the link down bad. Man, I apologize if I don't have the link down here correctly. Because I wrote that shit down. I wrote it down. Matter of fact, we'll do something better. Copy. Boom. Oh, that's right. Okay, so check this out, fam. I had showed you this link before. This one, right? And it's actually in there. All right, let me find it. Okay, let me see if I could. There it goes. So we see Odin, Valhalla, then dwellers at the Friggan's bosom. Look, I'm not saying I'm a scholar in this particular field that I'm getting into, but what I am showing you is the connection between these people, names, and who these mythologies belong to. Odin's all-piercing eye is also a giant wheel. See? When you see a dollar bill, what do you see on top of that pyramid? When you see a dollar bill, what do you see on top of that pyramid? You see a fucking eye. Now, check this out. You also see Odin in the two Babylons. On page 57. Mentioning Iceland throughout Scandinavia. Mentions Loki, the spirit of evil, was slain. His father Odin learned a terrible secret from the book of the Destiny. It says, having conjured one of the Valors from her infertile Abad. All the gods trembled at the knowledge of this event. Then Frigga, the wife of Odin, called on every object, animate and inanimate. See, so again, it says, now this obviously contains an enigma. Let the language in which the religion of Odin was originally delivered. The Chaldee he brought to bear upon it, and the enigma is solved at once. So now he's going into Chaldee and stuff like that. It mentions it in this book 20 freaking times. In the two Babylons, our own pagan ancestors, the worshippers of Odin, are known to have practiced baptismal rites, which, taken in connection with their avowed object, in practicing them, show that originally at least, here let me make it like that, originally at least they must have believed that the natural guilt and corruption of their own newborn children could be washed away by sprinkling them with water. So it says here that our own pagan ancestors, who's saying this? Baptismal regeneration. You see, I like getting into these classes and bringing out material because even I myself then say, wait a minute, hold on, because I should have read more about this, because now I'm very interested in knowing our own pagan ancestors worship the worshippers of Odin. Who's this our? So we're talking about, what page is this? What page is this? Here, I'll come back to it. Two Babylons on the papal worship, provided to be the worship of Nimrod and his wife, Reverend Alexander Hislop. Their own ancestors. He's talking about himself. Is that what we're dealing with now? It's pretty amazing. This is all North mythology. People that believe they're Caucasians, European, that bloodline, right? Anglo-Saxons, all of those, all of you guys. It says that your own pagan ancestors were the worshippers of Odin. That's why you guys believe a lot in the whole baptismal riot shit, like dipping people in water, sprinkling them with water, or plunging them as soon as they're born, like in lakes and rivers, it says. Let's see what it says here on the bottom. Look, this is even more interesting here. the Wudang, the founder. This is it. Like this is. I remember seeing this. From the researchers of Humboldt, we find that the Mexicans celebrated Wudang as the founders of their race, just as our ancestors did. You see this? The Wudang, or Odin of Scandinavia, can be proved to be the Adon of Babylon. The Wudang of Mexico, from the following quotation, will be seen in the very same. That's what they say. We've heard that in Wotan as well. It says here, the patron saints of the 40 days reign was just Tammuz, or Odin, who was worshipped among our ancestors as the incarnation of Noah. Let me read this here. The facts stated above cast a very singular light on well-known superstitions among ourselves. Everybody has heard of Saint Swithin's Day, on which, if it rained, the current belief is that it will rain in uninterpreted successions for 6 weeks. And who or what was Saint Swithin that day, that his day should be connected with 40 days uninterrupted? With 40 uninterrupted days, uninterrupted rains? For 6 weeks, it's just a round number of weeks equivalent to 40 days. It is evident in this first place that he was no Christian saint, though an archbishop of Canterbury in the 10th century is said to have been called by his name. The patron saint says of 40 days, the patron saint of 40 days reign was just Tammuz, or Odin, who was worshipped among our ancestors as the incarnation of Noah, in whose time it rained 40 days and 40 nights without intermission. Tammuz and Saint Swithin then must have been one in the same. Damn. Yeah. I think that's why they have a character up there that oh man. I remember seeing like a Capricorn with one eye, dude. I don't know exactly when, but I remember in my memory of seeing that shit. What up? Worship only the Father, the Son commanded. How you doing, bro? Let me continue reading here. Let's see. But so we're reading that Tammuz and Saint Swithin must have been one and the same. See, the Anglo-Saxons. I'm gonna read the bottom. When they received that name, in the very same way as they made Odin into Wooden. So the Anglo-Saxons, who used to worship Odin, because that's their royal lineage, then changed that name into Wooden instead of Odin. So Woden. would naturally change Sinthen into Swithin, and thus in Saint Swithin's day and the superstition therewith connected, we have at once a striking proof of the wide extent of devil worship in the heathen world, and of the thorough acquaintance of our pagan ancestors with the great scriptural fact of the 40 days incessant rain at the Dulwich Dam. So here is a matter of fact connected that we have at once a striking proof of the wide extent of devil worship in the heathen world. So you take this name and look, the identity of the Scandinavian Odin and Adon of Babylon. Nimrod Adon, or Adonis of Babylon, was a great war god. Odin, as is well known. Nimrod, in the character of Bacchus, was regarded as the god of wine. Odin is represented as taking no food but wine. So we see that this character is not only in the two Babylons, not only in the Saturn the myth, but also in this book, Teutonic mythology. You see his name here again on page. This is from a different book. Hold on a second. Let me get the page first. Oh, we're at the beginning. It's all good. So this book is called, remember, write this stuff down, Teutonic Mythology by Jacob Grimm, Volume 1, 1882. Let me just get to it real quick. It says here, Wodan Odin. The highest, the supreme divinity, universally honored as we have a right to assume among all Teutonic races, would in the Gothic dialect have been called Wodan. He was called OHG, Wotan, a word which also appears though rarely as the name of man. So it says here, Wotan, the long board spelt in Wodan or Guden, the old Saxons Wodan, but in Westphalia again with the G, so Gudan. The Anglo-Saxons Wodan, the Frisian Weda, from the prosperity of their dialect to drop a final N to modify O, even when not followed by a I, the North form Odin, double N, in Saxo-Otinus, the Faroe Isles of Orvin. So we see now that this name really is connecting with Upper Germany, Romaic dialect as well, Romans, Germans, British, all of you Anglo majority Saxons, Visigoths, all of you guys, all of you North people, Europeans specifically, who consider yourselves Caucasians, whether blonde, whatever, or brown hair, but you still consider yourselves Caucasian. This is your history. This is what I'm trying to, I understand. Swedish folk tales picture Odin. Again, I did say I was going to show you guys a lot of different books, not sticking to one specifically. This is on, and I'm not showing pages because you guys know what I'm doing. I'm searching words right now. Page 148. You can see at the bottom. They're said to have been found lately in Denmark and in Sweden, representation of Odin, which, if some rather strange report are well founded, ought to be made known without delay. See this? So up in those regions, there was something called Odin, standing with two ravens in his shoulder and two wolves at his feet. Gold coins also were discovered near the village of Gamanga in Iceland, one of which represents Odin with the ravens. So again, I'm not trying to get deep into specific books. I'm trying to point out a word. And who does this word belong to? We can see old British mythology, Roman North mythology. We now can really say for the most part that, Odin does apply to them. Odin's their man. Right? And I'm bringing out a lot of different things. Now, here's where it even gets more interesting. So this is from, hold on, let me make sure, page 92. You'll be surprised where this is from. I've showed you guys this book, and we're not even a quarter into this book. We're not even 10% into this book. But in many classes, I've showed you guys different things. A new and revised edition of the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, in its kindred science, comprising the whole range of arts. So I've showed you guys Volume 1, 1914, right? And this covers a lot of different things here. But what I find so funny is that Odin's there. Odin's there. And look how it's represented. So Freemasons, even Freemasons know who this guy is. Baldur or Baldur, the ancient Scandinavian or older German divinity. See this right here? Yes, sir. The Isles of the Gentiles. Frank Celts, Britain's Anglos. Yeah, exactly. That's exact. Thank you, brother. Basically, that. It says here, the hero of one of the most beautiful and interesting of the myth of Edda, the second son of Odin and Frigga. Did they mention Loki? The spirit of evil. Then they mentioned mistletoes. Not that it has anything to do with this class, but what are you doing? Okay, here we go. Thought you were messing with me. But we see here just, this name shows up in this book 6 times. And again, this is a Freemasonry book. It gives you certain information, like definitions of certain words. But we keep seeing Odin, Thor, Denmark, like Europe. We keep seeing those names always coming frequently seeing them together. The image of Odin, Thor, and Frey. You guys get the picture. Now here's where I want to take a different avenue. So we see here, now that we know who Odin is, here they're going to spell it different. You're not going to see Odin. You're going to see Woden. Okay? But I didn't want to start there, to be honest with you. Because I don't want to. Matter of fact, let me go back to this right here. Check this out. I'm going to read this first on the bottom, and then I'm going to go up, because I think we've seen enough of Odin and Woden. Or actually, you know what? No. It's on page 3. Let me just stick here. I don't want to lose y'all. And then, the spirits are really acting up right now, man. They're starting to mess with me a bit. My computer doesn't act this dumb. Very crazy. Hold on. Let me see something. Okay, here we go. See here, we saw Odin being spelled different now. See, I cannot find, that's like a B instead of a D, okay? The actual presence of Odin from time to time on a battlefield is in the storm, in the domestic privacy of the household, was firmly believed in Scandinavia, and it is reasonably to be assumed that Woden would have been found as active among our German progenitors, had not the early introduction of Christianity into Teutonic Europe deprived us of the mythological records which the North supplies. You see this right here? So who's this Woden guy? We know now. But now the question is, How does Woden connect with Odin? I wish this wasn't this. Oh man, I'm gonna have to close some of this shit because it's really messing with me now. At least I showed you guys these books. Those books really matter. Okay, I'm gonna close this one because I don't need this one no more. Now, hopefully it moves faster, and I guess it does now. Okay. So now, I'm a bit. Hold on, Eric. Let me get to this. Is sucks. You know, I really wish I had the. Honestly, I had already these highlighted, but I put the book in my laptop. I must have not saved my laptop's highlights, and then I didn't download it. I thought I did. The reason I'm trying to trying to show you guys. Hold on, because you're not going to see the word. Okay, maybe it'll work that way. Here on the bottom, this is on page 336. As you can see all over the book, it's Woden and all that stuff, right? On the bottom it says, it is a particularity of the Old North to omit the initial W. Thus, Olmir or Wyrmir, a dragon or serpent, Ulfr for Wolfr, a wolf. Hence, Odin is literally Woden. Okay? The entity of Wotan is clearly shown in Grimm's Deuteronomy mythology, whatever that is. So here we see now that there's a connection between Odin and Woden. So basically, Odin is Woden, right? Odin was one-eyed only. So we see now Odin again. We started with Odin. Now we're back at Woden. And now I'm going to show you something so interesting because it's going to bring us back to Edom and all that shit. Okay? Let me see if it takes me to where I need to go. Because now it's trying to act funny on me. I'm not saying I have a cheap computer, but I don't have the greatest one either. Could be better. See, like it literally is putting me somewhere else now. This fucking sucks. Wish I had my. Okay, so here we go. Let me stop, man. Come on. You see that? You see what I mean? Wow. My bad, family. Oh, shit. This is crazy. This is crazy. Hold on. As a matter of fact, let me do this. Let me see if I can find this name. If I can find this name, then it'll get us to the point. So, as you can see, this guy or this entity or this individual, whatever it is, whether it's deity, right, comes in different names. There's also this thing called Gat. So Woden is also known as Gat. In this relation, we find Woden, Balder, Gat, Wig, and Freya. So all similar in some way. Oh, look, I found it, finally. Okay, so in page 335. Woden and Old North Odin. In the Old German Wotan. The royal family of every Anglo-Saxon kingdom. The royal family of every Anglo-Saxon kingdom. You see this? Without exception, traces its descent from Woden through some one or other of those heroes or demigods who are familiar with to us in the German and Scandinavian tradition. So Odin is the royal family of the Anglo-Saxons. Okay? So now we're getting somewhere. Okay, good. Now, this Woden guy here is also known as Gat. And we're going to get to it quickly because here it goes. 370. Gat in Old North, Gautor in Old German, cause. Now, that right there is important.
That right there is important. Gat in Old North God. So we have Odin, Woden, related all to Valhalla, right? Now it says your cause, in Old German, cause. A cursory allusion has already been made to Gat, probably only another form of Woden, since in the mythology of the North, Odin is Gator, you see? So Odin, the one eye, that's from Valhalla Rising, is also known as Gator, or Gatar, however you pronounce it. But Gat in the Old North is also known as cause. Another form of, Gat. Gat is another form of Wodan. Odin is another form of Gator. But certainly the eponymies of the Gatas, that tribe of whom Beowulf was the champion and afterwards the king. So the movie Beowulf, watch it. You'll get to see a little bit of what they're saying. See the Angle Gat, the Wuxel Gat, the Sigsa Gat, right? So at one point you guys were actually not Anglo-Saxons, which occurs in another Anglo-Saxon genealogies are identical with him. So Gad is identical with the Anglo-Saxon genealogy. So who the fuck is this Gad? But we do now know that it's also known as cause. So see, here's where things take a turn. Because I do like to take some turns. And this is where it gets extremely, extremely interesting. Because if you go back to, hold on a second. We've heard of, I should say, a lot of us have heard of Josephus, right? Okay. Josephus can officially confirm to us who these Edomites or sons of Esau worshipped. If you're not familiar with Josephus, in the page 470, the Antiquities of the Jews. Okay? Josephus writes something interesting about the Idumeans, who we know as Edom. So Edom, Odin, Edom. Edom, Odin, Woden, Gatar, Wotan, Esau. Now, it also is known as cause, right? Odin is known as cause. And here we see on page 470, it says this. Blew my mind. This is Josephus, by the way. Costoboris was an Idumean by birth, and one of the principal dignity among them, and whose ancestors had been priests to the cause, whom the Idumeans had formerly esteemed as a god. So before proselyting themselves, not prostituting, proselyting themselves, they used to worship this god called Kaz, Gat, Old German for Odin, Woden. Now, here's the interesting part about this Kaz character. Because when you look at Kaz, he is known Kaz God, unrevealing the mysteries of the Edomite. So the Edomite deity Kaz, worshipped by the ancient Edomites, holds an intriguing connection to the Hebrew God. Despite the mention of Edomites in the Bible, cause is curiously absent. So we see here that the Edomites depicted cause as a patron god. Do now start seeing the connections here. Odin, right? So now, if we read or write cause, but in this way, deity of who? Oz, also known as Quaz, was the national god of the Edomites, associated with archery, and weather. Supposedly considerable to that. Now, I know you guys never heard of that shit. Because now we know. Now we have a very good idea of what this is. The cause. Now, I've shared this link to you guys before. And it says that Edomites moved supposedly to the 10 tribes, some shit like that, right? Then it says interesting here, because now here's where I beg to question a lot. When you look at Esau became known as Isus. Esau, Edom, Idumea, Cause, later on became to be the deity of the Edomites, which means Germanic, European, Anglo-Saxons. This is your bloodline. You guys are mostly of this Edomite lineage. You're dwelling in the land that you're among other nations, but this is who you guys belong to. Jesus, Isus. Isus is also found on an inscription in Algeria where it was translated to Celtic merchant or mercenaries. Isus became Odin. The worship of Isus preceded that Odin, later the adherent of Odin, like those of Isus, hanging their victims from trees. Woo! Would it be fair to say that Edom is fuck? Odin in mythology had hanged himself in a tree to gain wisdom. That's why they worship Christmas. He has sacrificed himself to himself. The name Odin derives from Edom. The name Edom was rendered Odin. The very name Odin was derived from a word root connotating brown or red, as in English word done. This name was also found as Wotan among Anglo-Saxons and Scandinavians. The German Odin was different and not necessarily the same Odin as Scandinavia and England. Odin in Germany was known as the wild hunter, like in Genesis 25:27. Esau also had been a hunter. Another name for Odin was Cause, the national god of the Idumeans of Edom, southeast of Judah, was also known as Kaz or Kaz, like chaos. This may be a dialectical version of Esau. We thus find both Esau and Odin being named Kaz. Odin being a hunter like Esau, Odin being derived from Isus, the name Odin meaning Edom, Isus coming from Esau. Why do you think they got pro-Nazi shit? Why do you think they have such that spirit that just you like, what? Yeah, man. In other words, Jung identified the Germans with Edom. So Carl Jung, often was a Swiss psychiatrist and psychotherapist who founded analytical psychology. His work has been influential not only in psychiatry, but also in philosophy, anthropology, archaeology, literature, and religious studies. He was a prolific writer, though many of his works were not published until after his death. blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so it says here, the name Odin, Wotan, is another form of the name Odin, or I'm sorry, Edom. Edom. You see that? Do you see what we're reading now? Do you understand why I kind of go back and forth with certain topics, and then later on they start connecting, giving us a better perspective of things, so you won't be so tripped out on all this BS? Now we know, if you read the Bible, if you believe it, you would understand how Edom or Esau moved. He's hateful, covetous, envious, and he'll do anything available to gain power. This is all about power. All I'm showing you is who the fuck they are through their worshiping of their paganism. Because we keep saying Christianity is pagan. Yes, you're right, it is. But you got to find out why they believe it the way they believe it. And they believe it the way they believe it because in their own faith, they brought in all these paganist, mystic ideologies, mythologies, so to speak. Here we see another man that I don't know who. I'm not related to him or anything like that. He's obviously, the guy went to school for a long time. Here he identifies Odin, Wotan, in another form of Edom. Odin was the wild hunter with the Teutonic rage who appeared in the skies of Germany, inspiring the Germans. Wotan in German thought was the god of the wind, the god of the dead. In the North Germany, he was associated with the wild hunt, and in the South Germany, he was the enraged host of spiritual beings riding the skies. The peasants of North Germany, when they heard a howling in the air, would say, "Woad hunts, wood jets," that is Woden, or Odin marches as of old. Now, at the head of his heroes, accompanied by his wolves. Now, in case you guys don't know, that the Roman mythology is that this wolf fed 2 children, right? Isn't that the Roman mythology? So again, here we see Odin is also Edom. In the years leading up to World War II, numerous Germans reported seeing Odin in their dreams. Holy shit. Psychologist Jung wrote much on the subject. Odin had come to represent the archaic of Germanic racial nationalism. Odin was awakening. Odin was considered some kind of archetype of German nation, which is why I tripped out when the fucking dude, the FBI guy, said at the end, "I'll see you in Valhalla." The note what he's saying is Odin represented something about the German origins in ancient times. He had been half forgotten, changed by Christianity into the devil, and became a ghostly hunter seen in visions of stormy nights. The Jews had replaced him and taken over his role. Now he is coming back. His return is accompanied by a rejection of Christianity. This goes together with the abnegation of the Jews who in some way had been guilty for whatever failing Christianity had led the Germans to fall into. Hitler, like Odin, emphasized the German soul. It says 1937, Jung said of Hitler, "He is a medium. German policy is not made. It is revealed through Hitler. He is the masterpiece of the gods of old. He is the Sibyl, the Delphic oracle." Jung stated that Hitler seemed like the double of a real person, as if Hitler, the man, might be hiding inside and deliberately so concealed in order not to disturb the mechanism. You could never talk to this man, whatever, doesn't matter. Look, the point being is this. I don't really want to push over this line because I think I read a lot. Is that we're seeing now, without a doubt, who these people belong to. There's no mystery anymore. There's no mystery anymore. At all. What nations come out of Esau? Frederick Barbarossa. In effect, Esau helped give rise to the information of numerous nationalities. Esau in Genesis, we know that. Esau's a warrior living by the sword. It's true, we know that. Descendants of Esau gave rise to Sparta in Greece and to other earlier settlers of Rome and Roman Empire. Edomites as well as Israelites, Hebrews or importantly in the early history of Europe. Fascism embodied Edomite principles. Interesting, isn't it? The chiefs of Edom, the dukes of Esau. Interesting, isn't it? English word help may derive from the Hebrew source fascism or Nazism as a political system in effect embodied Edomite principles. And here we see, like Josephus confirmed, here to confirm what I just read, that the name of Kaz, the ancient native Germans called the idol, who was otherwise known as Odin, by the name Kaz. Josephus asserts in the archaeological inscriptions verify that the national god of the small state of Edom, to the south and east of Judah, was called Kaizo or Kaz, also rendered as cows. This name is derived from the Middle Eastern form of name Esau, since the initial Em, translated in E in Esau, could be pronounced with a hard sound. Esau, under the name Kaz, was consequently the supreme god of many, both Idumea, Edom, and Germany. The very name Odin may be a form of Edom. You can't run for this. It's from this, anymore. Like there's absolutely no way that you can run from this anymore. Kaz, and here's the interesting part. This is, who Kaz is, right? And what do we see here? What is the first thing we see? The representation of an eagle. The representation of an eagle. He revived the old cold cause, perhaps.
Okay, fam. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to show you some videos real quick. I've been here the whole time, by the way. I have been here the whole time. You know what the unfortunate thing is about people? I think they don't understand, I'm confused. Maybe it's just the way it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I usually see like other folks. Hold on, let me open this up. Hold on. What is this? Is the background? What the hell? What's going on? Oh, I know what's up. I know. I got some videos to show you, and I'm gonna share something personal from that I do, just to show you. Anyways, I did say Josephus. I said Josephus. Let's see who was here. In case I missed anybody. No, I think I said what's up to you already. Oh, hold on, sis. I didn't say what's up to you, sis. If you're still listening, you know what I mean? I appreciate you being here. You know what I'm saying? So can't be all dudes, you know what I mean? Come on, we got to have some sister support here as well. All right, so I said Josephus. Josephus is nah, man. Look, I don't know who would do this unless you really I don't know. But you know me, family. I have a plethora of books, and I'm always reading. And one book will lead me to another book, and it just happens like that. Okay. I happened to run into these couple books here, which I thought I transferred over to the other files, but I guess I did not. Hold on. Okay, I'll go here. So I things lead me to some material, and I end up finding more books, right? The reason why I said Josephus is not like an Israelite is because it's true. And I'm going to show you right now, okay? I think that I too was in error. I thought that he was maybe at one point. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
But this is called the Grand Bible. There's like 6 editions. I just happened to find it because I was looking for another book, and I just happened to click on this shit, and it blew my mind. Okay, so here you see it's called the Grand Bible. Take a picture of that shit. You know, like you're gonna trip out on it. It has lots of books here. Okay, Old Testament, Torah. It has other books as well. Books from other religions. It even has a papal bull in summary here. It's a trip. I'm surprised that I even found it. Now I'm sharing it with y'all too because I can't chew on this whole fucking book, bro. This is huge. It's called the Grand Bible, the complete book. It's non-canonical scripture, the Quran and books from Mesopotamia, Persia, India, and China. Also here, Guilford Scientific Press. Okay, so like this is heavy duty, man. I was so impressed by the fact that I found it, as I've been in my whole time, because I kind of, you could say I collected books for a little while. I got some books that are worth $5,000, and I bought them for like $200 or $250 and shit. You know what I'm saying? So best believe that at least I did get lucky on some stuff. Not all. I have one that's about 4, one that's about 2, one that's like 800. I think a couple that are like 5, and then like random books. Okay, and I'm not gonna sell them because I'm not interested in the money. That's not the point. I don't care. Money comes and goes. It doesn't mean that I don't get it. It's just easy. So, but in this Bible, it includes like pictures too. This is why I was surprised. Now there's a reason why I'm showing you this. Okay, so I'm asking you to get it. Because I'm hey, listen, fam, like you guys, I know there's enemies that listen to my channel. I don't give a fuck. Go ahead and learn it. I don't care. Like maybe it'll help you grow a little bit more. Help you understand, like, not everything that you see or assume is correct. You have to always be able to reset. And that means self-examination. Are you correct? And when you're not correct, hey, it's okay. You see, when you have a problem with correcting yourself, then it's not okay. The information doesn't matter. You're not okay. You get what I mean? Because none of this shit changes. And I could sit here and tell you I'm so fucking 100% that this is the way things are. No, they're not. Not always. Not always are the way things are. Sometimes you just have to, kind of like that Matrix movie where the little kid says, you don't have to bend the spoon. You just have to look at the fact that the spoon is not there in the first place. And it's your mind that has to bend from the assumption. So anyways, I'm looking through this book, right? And it has a bunch of pictures of all these people. And again, man, this goes back to my topic of like how if this was the old world, like what will we do with this? But that's not my interest right now. Here's where I get curious. So we see Titus Flavius Petro married Tertulia, who had Titus Flavius Sabinus I, Vespasia Poia. Then they had Consul Titus Flavius Sabinus, Emperor Titus Flavius Vespasianus. As you can see the rest, right? Flavia as well. She didn't have no kids. She died young. So then all of a sudden we start seeing these families here. And then Flavius and all this stuff, Titus Flavius. But then we see propaganda minister who is of the Titus Flavius Roman family. And who is Titus Flavius Josephus. Titus Flavius Josephus, family tree of emperors Flavius Vespasianus and Flavius Josephus. When you go back further into their history, start noticing regarding Harad and all of these other family members within this progenitorship. See what I'm saying? Now, I share that book with y'all because I did say, Flavius, I don't know, man. You got to question it. You got to question it. Right, so anyways.
I said, Mike, that we are...
I want to share this with you real quick. Hold on. Before, like I told you, I got some stuff to share, and then we're going to close it up. Hold on a second here real quick. Close this up. All right, let's go.
Fighting today the battle that the Maccabees fought. They fought for the survival of the Jewish people and the Jewish faith against an enemy that wanted to extinguish us, wipe us out from the face of the earth. We were fighting our battle, but we were also fighting the battle of civilization. I said, Mike, that we are fighting today the battle that the Maccabees fought.
You see, this is where I have a problem. If you know your own history that you've been converts, why do you fucking run from it? I mean, come on, at this point, it's like, you can't be that stupid. You're Europeans, you're Polish, you're Germans, you're Dutch, you're Austrians, you're like Slavics, Lithuanians, Scandinavians, Germans. Yes, white German Jews is real. White German Jew Nazis is fucking real as hell. Hell yeah. And then he mentions Maccabees. This Maccabees story does not apply to you. One bit. None of you guys. 90-something% of you. None of it. Alpha Omega, how you doing, bro? What the heck?
They fought for the survival of the Jewish people and the Jewish faith against an enemy that wanted to extinguish us, wipe us out from the face of the earth. We were fighting our battle, but we were also fighting the battle of civilization, because our civilization is based on the Judeo-Christian tradition. And if the Maccabees had failed, there'd be no Judaism, there would be no Judeo-Christian civilization, there would be no Maccabees. There would be no United States. There wouldn't be the civilization.
Wait, what does this government have to do with that? You know?
Are you?
Okay.
Freedom, the respect for our common traditions, our common values, all of that would not happen if it weren't for those 5 brave brothers. They actually made the whole difference. So that spirit animates these brave soldiers that are here today and their comrades who are fighting in Gaza or in Lebanon or in Iran, wherever is necessary to not only preserve the Jewish nation and the Jewish state, but preserve civilization against the barbarians. The barbarians are out there. They did a horrible thing to us on October 7th. They'll never do it again. But they're doing it against Jews in Sydney, and Jews elsewhere in America and elsewhere. This is our common battle against the barbarians. We have won it here, we're winning it here, we'll win it everywhere. Chag Sameach, Chag Chanukah Sameach.
Your fucking gargajo is sounding horrible language. You can't, the reason they say it like that, fam, is because they can't say the R's. The R, or R soft or R hard. They can't say that. That's what they say. Like they're like they're in Sodom and shit. This is funny, man. Watch this real quick. Let's continue with this.
I said, Mike, that we are fighting today the battle that the Maccabees fought. They fought for the survival of the...
We saw that. I don't want to see that. Haka, haka, haka. I don't want to see that. Oh, this one right here. I should have played this before, but, I think it's time to remind y'all like what we're dealing with, okay? Remember this video? I played it before. Be mindful. This is not a joke.
When I show you what I'm about to show you, your mind will be blown. You're going to be blindsided. Every single Israeli prime minister has a fake name. Did you know that? I was just talking about Ben Gurion. Do you know what his original name is? It's Grun, Gruen. He changed it to make it sound more Jewish and sound more Middle Eastern. Do you know what Netanyahu's real name is? It's not Netanyahu, it's Milkovsky. I swear to God, go and look it up. You'll find Milkovsky. That's his real name. Remember what Israelis are. Israelis are European Jews. They don't come from Palestine, but they want you to make you believe. They want to make believe and make you believe that they come from this area, that they are indigenous to the land, that they're so Jewish, right? Even though they have no connection. So they changed their names. Here's another one. Moshe Sharat. His name is Chertok originally. You've got Levi Eshkol. Eshkol was Shklonik. So he changed it from Shklonik to Eshkol. Then you have Yigal Alon. His original name, Peikovitz. Golda Meir, Israel's first female prime minister. Her real name is not Golda Meir, it's Mabovich. Mabovich. More like mad bitch. We have Yitzhak Rabin, right? His name is not Rabin, it's Rubitsov. Are you seeing the pattern? These are Eastern European names. Not Palestinian, not Jewish, not Middle Eastern. They're Eastern European, okay? They're not Palestinian. They don't come from this region. Yitzhak Shamir. He's a great one. You know, Yitzhak Shamir, he's on the wanted poster because he was wanted by the British police in Palestine for terrorism. But they don't tell you that. So Yitzhak Shamir, his original name is Yezernitsky. Yezernitsky. Shimon Peres, Persky. Netanyahu, I already told you, Malikovsky. I think I said Milkovsky, excuse me. It's Malikovsky. Never, you know, it's the same point. Ehud Barak is Brog. So B-R-O-G. Brog. He changed it to Barak. Ariel Sharon. His original name is Shinerman. Shinerman. He changed it to Sharon. And Yair Lapid, who's you still see him changing posts. His original name is Lampel. So he changed it from Lampel to Lapid. Ain't it lovely? Ain't it lovely? You know, it's like I know half of you didn't know this. I guarantee half of you at least didn't know this stuff. I guarantee you. Because no matter how much you know about the Zionists, you will always discover new things about them, about how they obfuscate, how they lie, how they cheat their way into taking the land, right? By hook or by crook. They're going to do anything they can. And they think that this is a way to, you know, pull the wool over our eyes and make us think that, you know, they belong to the region or something. Like we can't look at their faces and see, well, you look particularly different to the people that are indigenous to the land. Do you not? I mean, again, it's you can have all sorts of people in the Levant. You know, you can have gingers and a pale white. It's not about that, but we know that every single Israeli government has always been headed by and the cabinet has been filled by people who are Ashkenazi. They're not Semites. They don't come from the region. They're Eastern Europeans. They're Jews from Europe. They just don't come from this region. I don't know when they converted or whatever, but the point is that they don't come from the region. And even if they did, like let's say you're a Zionist. Let's say you actually believe, yes, this is the land of the Jews. These people are not Jewish. They are not Jewish in the sense that you think they are. They have adopted a religion from the Middle East. That doesn't mean they are the original Hebrews or people that lived there 3,000 years ago. Ironically, if you're looking for the people that lived there 3,000 years ago, guess what? They're still there. They're called Palestinians. Maybe today some of them are Christian. Maybe some of them are Muslim. But they are the original people of this land. And you're killing them and butchering them. So what does that make you? Right? Not to mention the fact, this is why we call Arabs and Palestinians Semites, because they're Semites. They come from this region. So, you know, these people are not Semites. The Israelis are not Semites, and they are butchering actual Semites and then calling the real Semites anti-Semitic. I mean, what is that? They're such frauds. They even changed their names to make themselves appear more Semitic. That's how fraudulent they are. That's how criminal they are. Shame on them. Malikovsky, what a wanker.
He said, what a wanker. That shit is funny. Look, I think, quite frankly, it's like we say it often here in this channel. A lot of people project. They're projecting, bro. That's how, you know, we deal with Wabos in the same fashion. They project a lot. They are who technically they criticize. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible. And we do remember, and we are fighting. Our brave troops and combatants who are now in Gaza or around Gaza and in all other regions in Israel are joining this chain of Jewish heroes, a chain that has started 3,000 years ago from Joshua ben Nun until the heroes of 1948, the Six-Day War, the 73 October War, and all other wars in this country. Our hero troops, they have one supreme main goal: to completely defeat the murderous enemy and to guarantee our existence in this country. We've always said, never again. Never again is now.
So that's why the earlier video, he's like, if you guys are not those Israelites, who are you trying to kill? You know, like, who are you trying to kill, dude? If you're not those Israelites, you're converts. You know what I'm saying? You're not the people of that land, or at least the history. Regardless who else claims to be of that, right? Exclude us from this picture. You know, forget about what we're talking about. Forget about our opinion or what we believe or if we think we're the Hebrews or not. You know, it's not even relevant right now. The reality is, are these people really from there? You know? Because that's the question we all ask. The other question is, we're always getting this question about this pointing the finger of anti-Semitic. Okay, sounds good. If I'm anti-Semitic, that would mean that I am pro-Japhetic or pro-Hamitic. Do you get what I'm saying? If you're using the word anti-Semitic, then that means that I'm pro-Japhetic or pro-Hamitic. So if you're saying I'm anti-Semitic, accuse me of which angle I'm coming from. Or at least prove to me that you're not Japhetic or Hamitic. Because technically, that's what it falls down to. Like, sometimes I even wonder about our own people, man. Are we ever going to get it? Are we ever going to understand?
If you are 18 to 20.
Listen to this. This is not a joke. I have a 14-year-old son. Okay? If he was 4 years older right now, I would be worried. And you guys, doesn't matter. You guys don't fucking care. Like I get that a lot in this channel. I get reminded of how often. Like, I think you guys, well, not you guys, not everybody, but I think a lot of people that kind of come to this channel and try to expect something so fashionable, I don't know, like arguments or some fucking anger. Bro, sometimes we got to sit back and just listen to situations that matter to history. And now, everything that we've been saying, and all praises to the Most High for giving us this opportunity to join together in this channel, and with all the brothers and others and some sisters that have contributed to this stuff. All Will Be Revealed kept saying to this channel or to us, like, bro, they're gonna go to war with Iran. And you guys need to say no to the fucking army and shit. No to going to war with them. He was the first one saying that. Say that to me. I don't know if he said that first in his channel, whatever, but he was the first one telling me that. I'm like, bro, you are so right. And now you need to wonder about how this is going to affect your house. You can't run from this shit no more. You see what I'm saying? You can't run from this no more.
5, you are cooked. You going to World War III. If you are 26 to 39, if you are 18 to 25, you are cooked. You going to World War III. If you are 26 to 39, you are still cooked because the age cap's at 39. You going to World War III. If you have ADHD, you are cooked. You are going to World War III. If you have diabetes, congratulations, you ain't going to World War III. If you've ever been put in a mental facility, congratulations, you are not going to World War III. If you are in college, I'm sorry, you are cooked. They actually want you more for the draft because they want to put you in a specialized position. You are going to World War III. If you have a master's degree, you are cooked. If you dropped out of high school, you are safe from World War III. They don't want you. If you are a felon, you are not going to World War III. Now is the best time to be a felon. If you are LGBTQ, I'm sorry, you are cooked. You are still going to World War III. Now, if you're transitioning, you are safe. You are not going to World War III. If you are your only mother's son, I am sorry, you are cooked. You are going to World War III. If you are a woman, you are only half cooked because men are required to go first, but at any time Congress can change legislation if they need more people. If you have kids, you are going to World War III. But if you're actively pregnant, you are not going to World War III. If you have major depressive disorder or severe anxiety, you got to be able to prove, it got to be documented, or you are cooked. If it's not documented, you going to World War III.
It almost seems like that's what is going to happen, bro. You want to know why? Want to know why, guys? By the way, I do appreciate you guys that stuck around. Because this stuff is...
Iran.
You guys are not... I mean, most people are not willing to see what's going on right now. Shit is done, bro. You know, a lot of us talked about this in our households, on lives, on so-called TikToks. I'm not really on them. Facebook. But for the first time, you start seeing it like, holy shit, man. Are we really going to go there? Are we really there? Now look, I don't approve of this guy. He voted for Trump several times. But I guess now he figured it out. And now that he figured it out, he's using his brain for the right purpose. And the right purpose is fucking truth that hurts. That's fucking scary. Not scary for me. Like I told you, man, I love my family. Me as a father, I really appreciate what the Most High has done for me. Because, man, I'm telling you, I should not be here. I should not even be talking to you guys. I should not even know, not even a quarter, not even 10% of what I know. I don't deserve that opportunity to have that much knowledge. And that was only because the Most High had mercy on me. And for some reason, he said, yo, I need you to do this. So I'm thankful for that. So my family, my household, man, we are, I don't know, we're not worried. We're not, you know, we're good, man. I guess you could say it. Fuck, I'm stuck in even saying it, bro, because I don't want to say it so boastfully. You know what I mean? But this shit is real. And it's coming.
Looks as though it's on the inside track to win this war. This means that the United States will be defeated, humiliated, and compelled to retreat from the Middle East. Israel will be left alone, and the Gulf Arab states will have to purge their soil of American military bases. Now, people can sit here and say that's pie in the sky, but I dare you to contradict me on anything I just said. If you're the emir of any of the Gulf Arab states, and you have been promised the guarantee of American security, and you're watching your cities and your docks and your airports go up in flames, and there's nothing the United States can do to stop it, prove me wrong. If you're the emir of Bahrain, watching the Shia population rise up in the streets, threatening to overthrow you, prove me wrong. If you are the king of Saudi Arabia, looking at your eastern oil fields ablaze, prove me wrong. If you are the emir of Qatar, looking at your liquid natural gas fields, unable to produce, prove me wrong. If you're an energy producer in the Middle East, unable to ship your energy out of the Strait of Hormuz, prove me wrong. If you're Israel, watching your cities get pummeled every day, every hour, prove me wrong. And look at Iran. They lost the Imam, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And all that did is strengthen them. There aren't people in the streets demanding the overthrow of the government. The Iranian people are rallying around their nation. And the Iranians have shown that they are more prepared for this war than anybody. So prove me wrong. I know it's not a popular position to take, but it's a fact-based position. It's based upon years of geopolitical analysis and military analysis. Unless something fundamentally changes in the way this war is being prosecuted, the United States and its allies will run out of ammunition in a few weeks' time. Iran will not run out of ammunition.
You guys hear that? Remember I said initially, or at least not initially, that as the class was going on, how it's when you have control of the fight, you are the one that can increase the tension. You're the one that could be like, you know what I mean? You could raise the bar if you want to, and start really whooping some ass, right? You're confident. You're like, yeah, I got control. Not this time. The country that can raise the aggression, the intensity, and guess what? Who is on the opposite end, right? Right. So the only country that's able to do this right now is Iran, cabrones, and they're not gonna let loose. This is why I I laugh at all of these Cracker Barrel bastards all of a sudden saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe, we went to war and then, bro, you guys been acting with this attitude for a fucking long time. You thought that you were going to get away from it? You thought that you weren't, you're the ones that, you proclaim the Bible and apparently you don't fucking listen to it. Genesis 16:9 reminds us through verse 9, 10, 11, and 12. And he says in verse 12, Hagar's son, and he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. That's called who? Hagar's son, Ishmael. Okay? You guys claim to read the Bible, but apparently you don't even read the Bible because it doesn't even rock any sense to your head. Surf's up, bro. No. We don't know anything. Second Ezra 15:28. Behold, a horrible vision and the appearance thereof from the east. What are we talking about? Where the nations of the dragons of Arabia, you see the dragons, fiery, angry people, shall come out with many chariots. We're talking about people in the sky, things in the sky that we see. I read it earlier. And the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon the earth, meaning with speed. Speed, speed. And that all they which hear them may fear and tremble. Are we not paying attention? Did you guys not know? All of a sudden now, you're trying to figure it out? It almost seems to me like, bro, I don't even understand this no more. This is what you put us through. I'm gonna be real with y'all, man. I'm gonna be very sincere. We don't know not even the capability. We know the capability, but we don't know how far these people are willing to go. The scriptures talk about that the shit's gonna end and it's gonna be, and some people are gonna get to live and they're gonna suffer. The first ones that are taken, you don't want to be. The second ones that hang in there, man, fuck, you guys are fucked. I'm serious. Read the Bible. You guys have no idea what the book is saying. Some of you guys say, oh, I'm going to be looking forward to be taken. No, the Bible says that if you're taken, you're going to that's the worst. Then it says the ones that are left behind are going to have it really bad for a long time. That means like bombing, like what these people are saying. Pay attention, man. Look, listen, I've had this channel for since 2022. I hardly ever had any subscribers in the first year or year and a half. Hardly any. Some dude came over here to make fun of my channel and saying, oh, after these many years, you only have so-and-so. And I'm like, bro, quality over quantity, right? To me, it's all about the fact that I've never lied to anyone in this channel. Everything that I share is from the shit that I read and that I confirm. I don't just throw things out. I don't just believe it and then have holes in the belief. Nah, my shit is solid. So hopefully maybe this is going to wake you guys up a little bit, maybe.
A nuclear missile landed on us right now in Midtown Manhattan. What would happen?
A 1 megaton thermonuclear bomb hits with such a force. First, it's a blinding light. It's 180 million degrees worth of light. It's a pulse. Everything within miles is in a line of sight is set on fire. So you have 1 mile radius of fire. That's 19 football fields of fire. Think about how long that is. Imagine everything in the line of sight catching on fire. So you immediately have this mega fire. And people have seen the nuclear mushroom cloud in Hollywood movies, right? So the stem of the mushroom, that stem is a several 100-mile-an-hour vacuum, okay? I mean, a hurricane is 90 miles an hour. Sucks everything up that has been turned into combusting carbon, basically. People, things, buildings. In a 9-mile radius, everything goes, and you have 30 feet of rubble. The nuclear mushroom cap, this 10, 20, 30-mile wide cap, is what's left of people. That's like debris of humans up there. If anyone launches on the United States, they are going to get the mother lode in response. 1,760 nuclear weapons that we have on ready for launch status.
We would unload the whole clip.
The whole arsenal. Everybody has a launch on warning capacity, or at least we in Russia do. And so if you launch, we launch. And then we're all dead. Soot blotting out the sun's rays for 8, 9, 10 years. The result is that agriculture fails. You know, you have this incredible freezing world for a decade. And then agriculture fails and people starve to death. 72 minutes from nuclear launch to nuclear winter. And I describe it in great detail, like from Defense Department documents, by the way, like scientific facts about what happens, which should terrify everyone that we actually know such horrors, but we do. We do.
See what I mean? You see what I'm talking about? But that's not something to laugh at. Jeez, man. I'm gonna tell you something, man. This is an actual weird time to be alive in. I thought that this may not have happened so soon. 50 years from now, when I'd be like another 20 years older. Nah, this shit is now, and it's very, very speedy. Very, like they say, expedient.
Mexicans.
Check it out. Like one of the brothers had brought this out. It reminded me of this video. That's why I put it up for you, bro. I think it was Golf Shoe talking about like we're more American than other people. So guess what? this young man actually shares it. Good. Let's go.
Are the ultimate Americans. There's a reason why European Americans dislike us and demonize us so much. It's because they know that deep down we're way more American than they will ever be. Check this out. So right off the bat, Mexicans are American because, well, America's a continent. Anyone born here is American. Mexicans are also North American because Mexico is in the North American region of America. Mexicans are also Mexican American because, well, Mexico is in America. Mexicans are also Latin American because, let's be honest, Mexico is the face and the king of the Spanish-speaking world. And to top it all off, Mexicans are also indigenous Americans. Most Mexicans have indigenous DNA. Even I have 61% indigenous DNA. Like, bro, how are a bunch of Europeans gonna cross the ocean and then tell us that we're immigrants? I can grab any random Mexican and they will be more American than every single European American put together. Like, they want to deport Mexicans to where? To America? Mexicans are American. America's a continent. But anyways, they hate us because they ain't us. Let me know what
He's got a point. You know, I saw a video where he had a little situation with some gringo and shit. I don't know if I have it, to be honest with you. Hold on a second. Let me see. I got one more for a couple more, and then we out. Oh, this is interesting, by the way.
They shot her.
And I want to remind y'all, this happened to us first. And nobody cared, bro. Nobody fucking cared, dog. I was wondering about this shit right here, to be honest with you. I was like, you know, as soon as otra gente se estaba laseando and shit, que son más gringos, they forgot about who we were.
5 times, but she survived and then testified against them. Maramir Martinez, a U.S. citizen, was shot multiple times by ICE agents during an immigration encounter in Chicago, and I did a video on this a while ago. Instead of protecting her, the government charged her and tried to paint her as a villain. Those charges dropped. Their pitiful, pathetic narrative collapsed. But the damage was already done. Standing before Congress, she said, "I am Renee Good. I am Alex Preddy. I am Keith Porter. My own government attempted to execute me. And when they failed, they chose to vilify me." Again, this isn't about politics. This is about accountability, power, and who the system chooses to believe. If this can happen to her, it can happen to anyone. Share your thoughts in the comments section and follow me for more.
So, as you can see, they never even at any moment reminded us of that, did they? What was their motive? What was their whole intention? And no offense to that. No, nobody wants to die that way. That young lady that got shot, boom, boom, in her face, 37 years old. The other guy, the nurse dude, got shot in the back. You know, like, they were really publicized. That sister was not. Nobody really cared about that shit, did they? It's, you know what I mean?
I hope it's a...
It is what it is, bro. It is what it is, you know? Hold on a second. Let me give you guys another video real quick. We're almost done. Now, remember we told you guys, they lie about what they're showing, okay? This is not a joke. This is real. You know, this government is at war with the government of Iran or the people of Iran. The reason I say this government is at war with the people of Iran is because this government is not being supported by everybody in this continent, let alone this land. Most people don't agree with this shit. All they want is what? Control. There's no other purpose. But guess what? This is the stuff that they're leaving out to you guys. They want you to think, no, we're good. We're going to go in there and kick ass. No, bro. If you show up over there, if you sign up to this shit, I'm not talking to the unfortunate ones that are like locked up right now or the ones that are in concentration camps. They're probably making you sign a form to be like, hey, listen, go to war for us and we'll make you a U.S. citizen. Don't fucking sign that shit if you can hear this message. But I don't think you will. I think you're going to sign up to this shit. I think this is what's going to happen. You're going to sign up to this shit because immigrants go first. It doesn't matter whether you're legal or not legal. When you're locked up and you got to go to war, bro, you're going to war. Why do you think they locked up a lot of you people?
That's gonna hurt!
It's gonna fucking trust and believe, family. Don't you think these people play? You know how dude, they go long-winded. They do long strokes. They don't do things that are like right away. No, think about it. They set this whole immigration up, get them all in the cages. We're going to go to war. Now we got to obligate them to go put a fucking rifle in their hand. I don't know if that's going to happen. But guess what? Some people will be willing to. Because, you know, raza, we're crazy too. But listen, if you get this message, I hope you don't go, bro, because this is what's going to happen to you. That's not anywhere else but Israel. You see, Israel's dome is done. There's no defense. There's no defense in that shit. This is what they're being saying. The dome, it's done. The dome is done. That's what they're saying. There's no protection. Everything's fucking landing. And they're trying to make you guys think that it's not. That's what they're really trying to do, fam. For real, bro. They're making you think that this is not real, right? That you're going to be the oppressor and you're going to have some chance over other people. And all of a sudden now they're going to be all righteous and shit. Now, fuck no. You're going to get burned up, bro.
يا رب يا أولاد ما طربت امرأة يا رب يا الله
Yo. Desfila. No mami.
إيمان مصر يو إيمان يو شوف الفطاط شوفوا المطر راح يا ولاد راح
Understand what that kind of firepower means? Imagine if that shit kept hitting us. A lot of you guys would be shitting bricks. Seriously, man. No offense. That's a fact, Jack. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, come on, bro. This may be coming home soon. Matter of fact, it may be coming home soon. Now, let me say this to y'all, bro. Those fires from the sky, like this.
المطر راح مطر لفتيم راح
That shit is in the Bible. Let me show you real quick. Let me go to Job. Boom. Okay, Job 1:16. All right, check this out. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, the fire of God is fallen from heaven and had burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Now that's one of the first times that the Most High brings fire down to the ground, right? One of the first times. Here's another time, Genesis 19:24. That's another time too, okay? Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. So, you know, like this is the once in a while that he brings fire. And he brings fire one more time. They put this in the New Testament, Revelation 20:9. And check this out. And they went up on the breadth of the earth. Remember the chariots upon the winds of the earth that I showed you? And encompassed the camp of the saints about and in the beloved city. And a fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. So when we see stuff like
يا رب يا أولاد ما طربت امرأة يا رب يا الله
Yo. Desfila. No mami.
إيمان مصر يو إيمان يو شوف الفطاط شوفوا
Okay. All right. So we're almost done, family. Listen, I got to show you guys this video. Okay. So this is where. All right. So I had Brother Vega come to the channel, showed us a good example of how he believes this is the old world. And I really appreciate that, man. I really do. Me personally, I never really believed it. And that's why I invite people now to be more not open-minded, but just more expanding, right? Just try to show love to our people. This is one of the reasons why me personally, I am cautious about the stuff that I teach, because I believe sometimes people will use that against you. You know what I'm saying? And then, not that it's like, it's bad in some cases, because it kind of maybe wakes you up a little bit, but in other cases, when they're battling within their own selves, like, you know, Canaan
tries to prove a point, then you start realizing, like, okay, you see what I mean? I do not trust anything that Canaan says. I don't trust anything that Moors say. I don't trust anything that Egyptian believers say. I don't trust none of that. For me, that's where I stop. And I'm sharing this with y'all because, you know, again, I got a lot. I hope it's a cover. Like right now, we're taking care of Khazars, but I want to get to this point because it just doesn't sit well with me, man. You know, like this is like very distasteful because if it wasn't for the stuff that people teach, other people wouldn't like take that angle all of a sudden. Like, we know who this dirty bastard is right here, right? And we know who these fucking people are over here, bro. But then all of a sudden now somebody's going to take the old world concept and then say, I know that you guys aren't real because go for wood, go for wood, go for wood. Like I said, I want to make sure that my belief is solid with no holes, or at least if there are some, there's very few. But this is that now there's too many questions. And then now that we see the angle of like where these people can take that, now it starts to be like, oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, of course, bro. Because you know what? Sometimes we don't even realize how our arguments can go against us. Unless there's a reason behind it. Just listen to this. This is interesting. We're almost done. We're basically almost done.
Worthy battle. You can unmute. The floor is yours.
I got much
I just told him he could
more.
unmute.
I have much more. I have the full history of where those stories that you're talking about come from. I have where they stole.
First of all, how he sounds, I have the first history of where those first fucking things come from. Bitch, you don't know where they come from. I mean, this man knows the Bible, at least to the extent to what he understands the Bible to be. But you don't fucking know the Bible. You heard somebody say go for shit, and all of a sudden now you're like, oh my God, this is the old world, and we can prove it. You're a white boy with a fucking tan and some woolly shit on your face. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? Let's continue.
Them. I have the people who stole them and everything. So I'm asking you a simple question. Where was Noah's boat? What was Noah's boat made out of?
I would have to read it. I don't know if the top.
I have the document. I'll pull it up.
So he knew what he was going. So he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, he says go for what? But this idiot doesn't even know where to go further than that. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue.
For you. Since I'm proving that you don't know what the hell you're talking about. What you up here talking now? I'll show you the document. You don't even know.
What's the document?
I'm going to show you the document that proves where it comes from and what it was made out of.
Yeah,
right here. I have those documents. Can you? There's that document right here, buddy.
We can't see it.
It was made out of gopher wood. I'll help you out. It was made out of gopher wood. I'm going to show it to you right now. Just calm yourself down, because this is a very valid question of where his boat and what it was made out of. It's very valid. Yeah, don't try to stop me from presenting this document. It was made out of gopher wood, which is unique to one stream on the planet.
I just want you to tell us what the document. All I'm asking you.
See, look, you want me to stop when you're talking, but when I'm talking, you want to keep talking. Look, he's trying to stop me.
All I asked you to do was just say what the source is that you're reading.
I asked you a question, you can't answer it, but you up here teaching it. It don't make sense.
You said you have the document where it came from. I'm just asking.
Yes, here it is.
What is the source that you're reading?
Yes, here is the document right here.
No, I don't.
If you want to put me on the big screen, here it is right there.
Why can't you just say what it is?
I just told you. I said it's made out of gopher wood, which is unique to one stream on the planet.
No. I'm not asking you about.
Now you're cutting me off while I'm speaking and everything, but everybody got to stop talking when you're talking because I'm schooling you right now.
So the weird part is the fact that he makes it seem like as if the brothers interrupt. They're not interrupting him. Look what he says on the bottom. Earth, the Atlanteans, okay? All right, I'm going to give you guys a little glimpse of what I'm going to talk about tomorrow. Because let me say something. I think for the most part, man, I tend to like really bring out what facts, right? Like I don't run away from anybody questioning like where I stand. Everybody tries to mention Diodorus Siculus. This is a man that I've never ran from. Matter of fact, I've given you guys the sources, the actual source. You can see it right there in the ULR. You guys can find it yourselves. You know what I'm saying? Right? Now, look, check this out. This is what I think is so funny, bro. It's like, I don't know if you guys really understand, me personally, and forgive me if I sound rubbish, or rude. I don't mean to be. I just kind of talk like that. I just don't understand. Okay? I'm going to show you this right here. Look, watch this. Bro, Atlantic. Or look, watch what it says right there. Diodorus Siculus, okay, once again, has a word called Atlanteans. Atlanteans. This is Diodorus Siculus from 16 BC, who is aware of Egyptians, who is talking about Babylon, who is mentioning Ethiopians, who is also saying Libyans, and the people known as Atlanteans.
Who are you?
So this name Atlanteans, this is not Amazon here in the Americas. This is over there, known as the Atlanteans. Many times have these people been called Atlanteans. Atlanteans several times. Diodorus Siculus mentions these people as Atlanteans the whole time. The whole entire time, talk to them and Pleiades, the fucking, you know what I mean? Like, if you look at, for example, if you want to reference Plato, then that means that you have to understand where Plato heard the story from. Plato heard the story from Solon. And now you have to understand where he got the story from. And that completely contradicts a lot of people with the belief that this possibly could be the old world, because then that would mean that Greeks and Romans did, or at least are significant, which means that you would have to answer that question. Look, I don't mind people teaching us, but when it comes to this Moorish concept, bro, this is when it gets, to me at least, it makes me, and I don't know, bro, it makes my stomach sick. Especially when I hear somebody like, oh, well, what about the gopher wood? Fuck you, shut the fuck up, bro. Your mom is white, first of all. But if we're going to use sources, at least me personally, me, I want to make sure that my sources are strong. So we got to go to Diodorus Siculus, we got to go to Plato, and now we got to go somebody further than Plato, because it was a man that he was learning from. Herodotus heard about him too, and listen, I'm going to show this to you guys tomorrow. And then we're going to be able to tackle the whole subject of like what I'm saying. I don't know, man. Me personally, I want to make sure that I can be very clear about this, because that shit disgusted me. Seeing that guy using our fucking history to supposedly feel, bro, fuck no, man. Like, hell no, dude. That made me sick. Maybe that's what it is. You know, forgive me, bro, if I'm too harsh. Anyhow, look, all I'm saying is this. Atlanteans were very well known in the old world. Atlanteans. They were hopeful. And those Atlanteans were in Africa, by the way. So we're going to talk about Plato. We're going to talk about Diodorus again. We're going to talk about the actual people that learned from Plato, that Plato learned from and Herodotus learned from as well. And supposedly this guy learned from the Egyptians. So we're going to go back to the Egyptians. We're going to come back again. We'll bring up some real documented history, hopefully, that can give us an answer about some real shit. 2 books that I want you guys to look up, actually. It's called Anacalypsis Volume 1 and Volume 2. Anacalypsis Volume 2 more likely will be the one we're going to talk about tomorrow as well. Like I said, tomorrow we're going to go deep into this shit. There's one thing I don't want to leave behind is this. We need to handle that. Anyways, hold on a second, family. My computer's acting weird. That's weird. Hey, what up, sis? YT did not give me notification for that. Yeah, they never will. Apparently, they just don't do that no more. Anyways, yeah, have a good night. Tomorrow, we're going to tackle this. I hope you guys can actually have some time for it. Have a good night. I'm only going to play one song. I'm going to go kind of long and shit. Kind of like this. So, you know. You guys don't like it, whatever. Have a good night.
Yo, ¿qué pasa, Logroño? ¿Cómo estamos? Vamos purificados. Hey, ¿cómo se baila esto? ¿Cómo se baila esto? Yo lo bailo así. Meneando el caldero de Satán. Nuestras almas están desatas. Estamos bien con espalda, estamos como puros psicópatas en el rondo, dando patas a las ideas. Mala cola que se creen que la peña se regala, pero es mentira. Hey, tiene que hacer la tira. Aquí está la peña mintiendo a las otras personas. Y no me gusta, no. No te prohibido, quiero degustar. Quiero hacer lo que me salga de la polla. Mira, le meto reggae, mira que no lo iba a hacer. Pero lo mejor cuando me tocaba contra el Juan, me tiraba flows que te cagas y el rata se lo responde. Hey, tú, mira cómo viene el flow que tú quieras, porque sabes te puedo traer miles. Hey, dale fuerte, pero dale lo que quieran, no don dale. Yo no digo estas cosas, yo estoy para improvisarle bien, ¿me entiendes? O no sé lo que quieres hacer. Vamos, Logroño, que la pasamos de puta madre. Esta noche con las compadres y con que quiera venirse. Díselo, mi hermano, que es un día para no despedirse de nadie. Quedamos juntos, yo me pregunto qué pasa en el mundo porque ya lo sé. Que la gente quiere estar bien. Del programa sufrimiento a salirse. Tú dite la verdad y purifícate. Ay, tú lo sabes que te coja la que quiera y dale. Y Logroño ya lo sabe, tú dale like, nadie le dio. Me cago en mi puta, nada, nunca voy a hacer esa movideta. Tengo un par de cosas que concretar. Las personas están inquietas por lo que viene. Piensan todo el día en el mañana. Se quedan en la cama, no se van a levantar. Y yo que lo veo todo como un ectoplasma. No miro la tele de plasma y digo, ¿pa' qué te la compras? Si estás todo el día en la calle, rapea. La peña quiere verbo real, quiere ver un verbo real que le llegue al corazón, que le cambie las ideas, que haga historia. No hago esto pa' que te rías, tampoco pa' que pienses, solo pa' que fluyas. Porque mi conciencia es la tuya, pero está fractalizada. Tú sabes que no somos de esos que van a la pared y sacatiza. Nosotros Nosotros somos los que están improvisa, que improvisa. ¿Quién me para si no nada? Ay, ay, que yo no puedo parar. Ay, ay, hacía tiempo que no cantaba. Pero La Rioja es el lugar indicado para hacerlo, así que lo hacemos. Dice celo. Ay, porque le doy un calo al burrusquelio y nunca te digo acábatelo. Me gusta la tortuga ninja, pero Donatello es el número 1. Díceselo. ¡Vámonos allá! ¡Vámonos, chavales!
Soy de Perú, bandido, contento porque en esta parte del mundo he nacido. Más que orgulloso de crecer en donde yo he crecido. Me siento bendecido y aquí me quiero morir. Y la verdad, porque así será. Agradecido con la vida y con Dios que me puso aquí. Y con todo aquello que influyó para que fuera en sí. Porque así yo puedo decirte gracias por mi color, idioma y también por mi idiosincrasia. Yo soy uno más que aprecia la tierra en la que nació. Aunque el género en el que me expreso por aquí no se inventó. Pero que chucha, esto es pa' aquel que escucha y se mantiene en lucha con el puño arriba y la capucha. Tierra de donde gran parte siempre se quita, pero regresa pues como un niño a su madre necesita. Gobierna una política maldita donde si se enferma el que no tiene no le regalan ni las curitas. Por eso, pero no es sinónimo de progreso y no esas mierdas sentadas en el Congreso. En fin, somos de un sitio en donde nada cae del cielo, en donde muchos trabajamos desde niños hasta abuelos. Lo que siempre sé en esta mi tierra crece, a pesar que unas veces no paguen al que cosecha lo que merece. No solo aquí, también en toda América Latina, víctima de aquella supuesta raza más fina. Pero no olviden que en Perú no existen razas, somos una especie de seres humanos que se porten en masa, que cuando se revela atacarán enjambre. Un peruano se puede morir de todo, pero nunca de hambre. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si miras de arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos les envenenan. Paisajes de mil colores, comidas de mil sabores, playas con arenas blanquitas, no quiero nada. Tierra de grandes señores, culturas y soñadores, gente amable que te hace pensar, yo me quedo acá. Sufrimos y nos levantamos como otros pueblos hermanos, víctimas de terroristas y tiranos que se llevaron mucho y a muchos para el carajo. Pero el peruano sabe cómo se sale de abajo. Por eso más de lo que sé y de lo que escucho, en todas partes siempre respetan a los peruchos. Y es un hecho que a la mayoría nada le complace, razón por la cual quiere ser el mejor en lo que hace. Y es que así se nace cuando eres peruano, aquí tienes de todo, pero también nada se regala, hermano. Norte, sur o centro, en donde quiera que te pares, lo dijo Romero, el Perú es de la concha su madre. Orgulloso de mi esencia, de mi herencia, tengo un tatuaje en la maleta que te indicará mi procedencia, para que quede bien claro de dónde es que soy. Represento a donde voy y así lo hicimos siempre hasta el sol de hoy. Esta canción yo la compuse estando lejos de mi patria y no por querer hacerme el pendejo. Desde la costa, por la sierra hasta la selva somos cholos. Si tú me entiendes no permitas que yo haga este coro solo. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si miras de arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos les envenenan.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame. Ya, los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente, tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el cuestapal. Político en vez de patrullas, en vez de camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el otro sobrino peruano de un primo hermano pariente papá. Que se nota el que no no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culo, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron, acá la palabra es cruda. A tu educación mi camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trata la friuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía si algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía si algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses a oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crían, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún legado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
Pues otro beat me han dicho que pum.
400 kilómetros para que se esté echando un free. Vamos, fuerza, hermano.
Ya, como me gusta. Ya, dime una palabra. Ya, no se te ocurre ninguna. No pasa nada. Llego a saberlo y te la pido igual, porque es lo que tenía que pasar. Como dijo el Navas, esto es la película, la cual nos disfrutamos, porque solamente estamos para observar lo que va pasando. Lo que sientas es secundario, pero también es un papel el cual están mirando desde arriba, analizando, recogiendo los datos de los novatos y los que van acabando. Para que no sé cuántas ya van, pero van 2 beats que me pusieron aquí para hacerla. Y no puedo estar más de acuerdo conmigo mismo porque estoy contento. Así que muchas gracias por formar parte de esto. Yo viendo que todo es perfecto y no voy a negarlo jamás. Hay presupuesto para pagar todo lo del mundo y que todo el mundo está feliz, pero le gustan irse de booty. Hablan de booty, poneros a discutir. Yo saco el bisturí para romper lo que no quiero, hacer lo que es sincero, hacerlo del corazón, el arte verdadero, mensajero de la calle y te lo digo. Es lo que es, no pienses, solo hace óptima. Los demás también, siempre que le metemos estamos al 100. Rastachai estaba como escondite. Si vinieron a rescatarle los de Fu, los de Monster. Tú lo sabes que representamos, siempre lo haré. Ay, tú lo sabes, si quieres buscarme, busca Sansuka en la calle, haciendo disonantes, unos flows flipantes. Tú lo sabes, hermano, venimos de los Vice Campes. Digo que lo malo es campe aquí. Digo campe que toqui. Tú lo sabes que toca Talashi. El Juan me la pilla porque sí sabe eso. Es un proceso mental el cual no te deja el sol jamás. Ya, cuánta gente que te llama por lo que eres, por lo que das. Cuánta gente te llama por las monedas. Sí, ya, y dime cuántas
llaman indios. Nos llaman indios como insulto, mírate bien criollo. Llegaste con acero, viruela y despojo. No fue encuentro de mundos, fue violación de territorio. Vientres forzados, linajes rotos, memoria en el abandono. Le pusieron mestizaje al trauma repetido para que el crimen histórico pareciera con sentido. Quemaron códices, dioses, calendarios y luego dijeron que aquí no había civilización ni sabios. Trajeron la cruz con sangre todavía fresca, oro rumbo a Castilla, pueblos hechos mercancía. El maíz alimentó imperios que jamás sembraron y aún hoy viven del trabajo indígena que despreciaron. Se burlan del color, del guaracho y la lengua, pero su riqueza nace del sidor que niegan. Hablan de civilización desde tierras robadas, pero la raíz más pura sigue en la sierra olvidada. Presumen apellidos, linaje español, pero Oaxaca conserva lo que les falta hoy. No es orgullo blanco, es miedo a recordar que sin pueblos originarios no hay país que nombrar. País que nombrar. País que nombrar. País, yeah. México no nació en 1521, ni en un palacio. Ya había ley, ciencia, escritura, observando el espacio. Olmeca, maya, zapoteca, mixteca, no eran tribus perdidas, eran naciones complejas. Pero el Estado aprendió a borrar con discurso. Todos mestizos para tapar el genocidio en curso. Te enseñaron a aullar tu piel y tu acento, a reírte del abuelo para encajar en el centro. Te dijeron, si vives en ciudad ya no eres indígena. Como si el concreto borrara la sangre que sigue viva. Mestizo no significa ablesia ni negación, significa herida viva sin reparación. Se llaman blancos en un país de maíz, aspiran a Europa mientras niegan su raíz. Hablan de pureza con la boca manchada, pero la continuidad genética vive en la comunidad marginada. No es atraso defender la tierra y el agua, atraso es repetir el mito que la élite propaga. La élite propaga. La élite propaga. El agua siguen vivos aunque los borren del mapa. Purépechas resisten aunque el Estado les ataca. Potunarcas o comires más aguas de piel, aunque los llamen invasores en su propio Edén. Rara morir corriendo mientras les quitan la sierra. Yaquis masacrados por defender la tierra. Que soxiles, celtanes, choles y soques, criminalizados por no vender sus montes. Mixas y triquis perseguidos por existir. Guerrero y Chiapas sangrando sin fin. Y un tiesa sistemática, sin cámaras ni ruido. Primero matan la lengua, luego al individuo. Escuelas ya castigan hablar la raíz. Medios que pintan al indígena como gris. Indígena pobre, sospechoso automático. Así funciona el racismo estructural y mediático. Le roban el nombre, el río y la historia, y luego exigen silencio, olviden memoria selectoria. Se ríen del copal, del rezo y del telar, pero comen tacos y símbolos pa' lucrar. Folclorizan la cultura pa'l covista extranjero, pero ignoran al niño indígena muriendo primero. Celebran pirámides, niegan a la gente. Aman la piedra muerta, odian al viviente. Usan día de muertos con marca nacional, pero desaparecen vivos sin escándalo oficial. Hablan de vida con memoria mutilada, una patria levantada sobre sangre legada. Ser indígena no es disfraz ni museo, es presente vivo aunque les quena el espejo. La piel morena no es error ni retraso, es código antiguo sosteniendo el espacio. No me hablen de unidad sin justicia real, no hay nación sin verdad, así escucha. México, deja de huir de ti. No eres Europa aunque lo repitas 1000 veces así. Tu raíz es maíz, obsidiana y barro, no apellido importado ni linaje prestado. Deja de odiar al espejo que te formó, al indígena vivo dentro de tu voz. Mestizo no es blanqueamiento ni traición, es aceptar la herida y sanar la nación. Mientras el sistema borra, el pueblo recuerda. La sangre no se borra aunque la niegues entera. No somos atraso, somos continuidad. Para esos hispanistas que venden la tierra y la historia, que besan la mano blanca y le llaman memoria. Cambian maíz por corona, raíz por apellido. Se dicen herederos del que siempre fue invasivo. Son traidores conscientes o el reflejo del colonizador. La misma voz del imperio hablando desde el interior. Defienden al colono, atacan al sobreviviente. Blanquean la conquista para no verse en la gente. No es amor a España, es desprecio a lo propio. Es negarse en el espejo y rezarle al odio.
Antes del nombre América, antes del hierro y la cruz, había pueblos que hablaban con la tierra y con la luz. No era un mundo vacío, era ciencia y corazón. La historia empezó aquí mismo, aunque el invasor no pida perdón. Sembramos tiempo en el cielo cuando el mundo no sabía contar. El cero nació en la selva, el maíz nos enseñó a pensar. Calendarios y medicina, ciudades frente al sol. No era mito ni leyenda, era pueblo, era voz. No fue descubrimiento, fue invasión. No fue silencio, fue opresión. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasado, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Desde el barro del origen hasta el jaguar ancestral, desde la selva profunda hasta el águila solar, ciudades que eran mundos cuando Europa se partió, capitales que flotaban mientras el viejo mundo ardió. En la montaña aprendimos a vivir sin dominar, sin rueda y sin bestias, pero sabiendo gobernar. Caminos y comunidad, trabajo como misión. El poder no era conquista, era responsabilidad. No fue progreso, fue despojo. No fue fe, fue antojo. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasado, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Hey. 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 Quemaron nombres, vendieron memoria, alzaron fronteras sobre nuestra historia. Nos dijeron atraso para robarnos la voz, civilización a balazos y la fe pa'l control. Pero la tierra recuerda, la raíz no se rinde, aunque cambien las banderas, la herida no se extingue. De norte a sur somos la misma raíz, la misma herida que se niega a morir. De norte a sur nadie sobra aquí, Latinoamérica sigue y no va a pedir permiso para existir.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados eran los hombres barbados. de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta por temor a lo ignorado. Iban montados en bestias como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos. Pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Hipócrita que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
¡Fuera! ¡Fuera! ¡Fuera, yanquis de América Latina!
Llegaron con promesas y banderas de libertad, dejaron sangre, deuda y una falsa paz. Hablan de democracia desde un trono de acero, pero nuestras calles conocen su verdadero imperio.
Robaron tierras, nombres, sueños y pan. Con dictadores firmaron la seguridad. Desde el norte mandan órdenes al sur, pero este pueblo ya perdió el miedo y alzó la luz.
No somos patio trasero, no somos colonia más.
La historia se escribe en fuego y hoy la vamos a cambiar. ¡Fuera, yanquis de América Latina!
Esta tierra no se vende, se camina.
¡Fuera, yanquis de América Latina!
Nuestra voz no se silencia ni se inclina.
¡Fuera! 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 América Latina no se domina.
militares sobre pueblos sin voz, corporaciones mandando más que Dios. Llaman ayuda al saqueo legal, pero la dignidad no la pueden comprar. Desde el río Bravo hasta la Patagonia, un mismo grito rompe la hegemonía. Indígena, obrero, estudiante y canción, somos millones latiendo en revolución. No somos su negocio, no somos su botín. Aquí manda la memoria de los que lucharon hasta el fin. Fuera yanquis de América Latina, ni bloqueos ni balas nos arrodillan. Fuera yanquis de América Latina, soberanía viva, libre y combativa. Fuera, fuera, fuera. América Latina no se domina, América Latina no se domina. No más mentiras, no más imperios sobre nuestras vidas. La patria es grande, la lucha también. Si tocan a uno, respondemos 100. Fuera yanquis de América Latina, desde el barrio hasta la cordillera. Fuera yanquis de América Latina, este continente ya decidió su bandera.
Hay un adulto jugando a la guerra como un niño rico sin educación. Lanza impuestos como fichas desde un trono de televisión. Nunca pisa la tierra que quema, nunca paga su destrucción. Manda bombas por berrinche y le llaman decisión. No es carácter, es violencia, no es poder, es corrupción. Cuando manda el capricho ajeno, tiembla el pueblo pero alza la voz. Deciden el interés nacional sobre tierras que no son suyas. Boca llena de riqueza, manos blancas, balas sucias. El muerto siempre es el pobre, el botín no cambia de dueño. 20 años de invasiones, repiten el mismo cuento. Prometieron libertad, llegaron con ocupación. Se llevaron el futuro y dejaron desolación. Tengo rabia contra el imperio, un lamento con razón. Cuando un pendejo con dinero juega a ser Dios con un botón. No hay guerra que sea juego, no hay misil que dé razón. Solo madres enterrando lo que el rico no lloró. Por Venezuela alzó el grito, no la uses de distracción. Que decida su camino, sin bloqueo ni invasión. Que no repitan el cuento de salvar con ocupación. Ya sabemos cómo acaba, con pobreza y represión. Que se escuche desde el cerro, desde el barrio y el solar. Los pueblos no son juguetes de quien no sabe mandar. La riqueza firma órdenes desde arriba y en lo alto, pero el hambre ejecuta en la casa y en el rancho. Se reparten los mapas como herencia del patrón. y el mundo paga el berrinche del mimado con cañón. Detengan al niño rico, no con balas, con prisión. La arrogancia se detiene cuando el pueblo alza la voz. No más guerras por capricho, no más muerte por control. Que el poder baje del trono y responda por su horror. Que decida quién trabaja, quién resiste y quién nació. La autodeterminación no se compra con terror. El respeto al derecho ajeno es la paz, no imposición. Si el poder vende la vida, que retumbe el corazón.
Nos pretende invadir ya, que por culpa de carteles, dice en su televisión, quiere cruzar nuestras tierras con soldados y control. Pero no dicen su cuento, quién compra y quién paga, quién lava el dinero y al monstruo lo alimenta. No se cura una herida rompiendo la nación, ni se arregla el problema con cañones y presión. ¡Ay, que no! No te equivoques, vecino. Los problemas no se arreglan pisoteando el camino. Ay, que no, que no, que no. México no es botín, no se invade con mentiras ni con miedo disfrazín. Somos parte de la solución, pero no aceptamos amenazas ni invasión por televisión. ¡Ay, que no, que no, que no! Con carteles de excusa no se tapa la culpa del que consume y acusa. ¡Ay, que no, que no, que no! Que lo escuche el extranjero, esta tierra se respeta o se canta más recio. Que lo sepa el mundo entero. De Veracruz el mensaje. No se amenaza, se honra con buen lenguaje y si alguien quiere invadir con discurso de ocasión, aquí responde la jarana, la cultura y el son. Raíz ancestral. Desde el tiempo del fuego y la obsidiana, cuando el sol era Dios y la luna hermana, nació esta tierra de maíz y de palabra. México viejo, México que nunca se acaba. Somos hijos del agua y del cerro, del jaguar que camina en silencio, del copal subiendo al cielo abierto y del tambor marcando el tiempo. Aquí el abuelo habla con el viento, la abuela rezan en lengua antigua. No es pasado lo que llevamos dentro, es raíz viva, es sangre que camina. México no es frontera ni papel, es
hasta el colibrí que vuelve a volar. Vivimos entre dioses antiguos que aún nos cuidan al caminar. Huitzilopochtli en la lucha diaria, Quetzalcóatl en la palabra honesta, Tonantzin en manos solidarias. Cuando el pueblo se manifiesta, aquí la fiesta es resistencia. El ritual también es amor. Bailamos para espantar la pena y cantamos para sanar el dolor. México es pan compartido, es tortilla, es frijol y sal. Es el pásele, no estás solo cuando todo parece mal. Es el abrazo sin pregunta, es la risa en la tempestad, es la gente cuidando gente. Eso no lo van a borrar, aunque la historia fue herida y la conquista dejó cicatriz. No pudieron matar el espíritu ni arrancar la raíz. Seguimos hablando con la tierra, sembrando sueños al andar, porque quien honra a sus ancestros sabe siempre a dónde va. Y me conoce, es solo pasado, es presente queriendo florecer. Es un pueblo que sigue cantando, aunque le enseñaron a temer. Con reggae levanto la voz, pa' que se escuche en el mar. México vive en su gente y su gente lo sabe amar. Que no te digan que está roto, que no te vendan desamor. México es fuerte porque el pueblo siempre camina en unión. Desde el sur hasta el desierto, desde el barrio hasta el altar. Somos muchos, somos uno cuando toca resistir y amar. México lindo, tierra madre, corazón de sol y sal. Yo te canto desde el respeto, desde el fuego ancestral. Raíz que no se doblega, voz que no se apagó. México vive en su gente y en el amor se salvó.
Mi gente, por ahí andan las noticias que según quieren deportar a toda la raza trabajadora y les hicimos este corrido, compa Kevin.
Para que le pongan oído dice más o menos así, compadre. Años tengo trabajando de este lado, buscando el mentado sueño americano.
Los gringos aquí ya no nos quieren, que según les estorbamos.
Se menciona mucho en los noticieros, traen muchos mitotes esos del gobierno.
Resulta ya quieren deportarme, en eso no estamos de acuerdo.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que batallamos para salir adelante.
Ya con día salimos a chambear, no creo que a nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal. ¿Y qué culpa tenemos nosotros los inmigrantes por querer buscar nuestros sueños? ¡Ánimo, mi gente! Y no se me rajen.
Y así suenan los de la norte, compa Jesús Méndez. Puro elegante récord, mi viejo. ¡Ay, ay, ay!
Unos días no duermo y otros como mal, pa' que a mi familia nada le pueda faltar.
Se murió mi madre y a mi padre, espero volverlo a mirar.
Canto por mi gente, no se vayan a agüitar, que Diosito es grande y de esta ley nos va a salvar.
Nomás acuérdense de Florida, nos volvieron a ocupar.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante.
un día salimos a chambear. No creo que a nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal.
Mesta isukame Claudia Shemo ya utayu. Shabete ya komera javeni. Kenam pokayu tita pero yemu que ak.
De donde soy, no nos rajamos. Cualquier tierra la trabajamos.
El sacrificio jamás es en vano, que hasta el espacio hemos llegado.
Where we are from, no nos rajamos. And what we dream of lo realizamos. Gran paisano, hermano, amigo, soy mexicano. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en las venas. Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza. Extraño mi rancho, también mi familia. Pueblo querido que no se me olvida. Aunque de este lado me trajo la vida, siempre paradela como Pancho Villa. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco, rojo lo llevo en las venas. Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
A nuestras mujeres y madres inmigrantes, un ejemplo de fuerza y valor. ¡Y que viva México!
Y aunque el acta diga americano, hay en puro mexicano.
Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en mis venas.
Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
Here's our ticket. Let me show you this track real quick.
Chicanos killing Chicanos is what they want. Blacks and Chicanos killing each other is what they want. That's how they run this place. Once we get together, they don't run shit. Got a lot to learn about being Chicano.
Yeah, Alcatraz, midget loco. They never seen this coming, man. What up, Loom? What up, Oreo? 500 years of captivity. What else? Now they try to tell us how we supposed to be, how we supposed to act, how we supposed to rap. I'm brown, but my flow too black. Come on, y'all kidding me, right? Nike Air Flights, fitted cock back fresh. Representando mexicanos on the map. No estoy jugando, got bars like I battle on smack. But hold on, I'ma bring it right back. My people indigenous. I'm not sure if you getting this. By the time I'm done, you gon' be feeling this. I come from the people, they call Mexica. I've been to the motherland, Chichen Itza. Seen the Mayan ruins, intellectual architects. Been in the cenote, seen ancient artifacts. Really? Cali is Mexico, those are the facts. They raped women, gave elders heart attacks. It was a battle, our people were outgunned. Took life and cattle, we were outdone. However, 2 wars proudly we take to the grave. Those we call our Independence Day. It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down.
Yeah. Story with Mexicano. Gave birth to the word that we know as Chicanos. Aztec warrior, man, it's all in my blood. From the Tenochtitlan, that's the heart of the love. Now I'm Mexico City, that's a modern day name. Don't let the books confuse it or be a modern day slave. Gotta get your facts right and study the culture. Don't be like Cortez, he came like a vulture. Came to just steal and take away the land. He seen what we got and he was like, damn, who would've guessed it had to be a white man? Damn again, now we got stolen lands. They say go back to where the fuck you from. Man, this is my land, that's what you stole from us. I'm not Hispanic or Latino, I'm a Mexican. Man, fuck La Milicia, you can have that bitch.
It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down, yeah.
Y va de nuevo mi tono. Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien juido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C, bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa Lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, vienda live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en canal o en hitter. Ando ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos, orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
Es el perrito de la selva. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo el presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi yo, yipi yucas. Guanas, Montequín, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa perros 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey, ey, los pachidones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundeque en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros antes la pena tan grande. Yo fui tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.